Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique
They say two of the most powerful warriors are patience and time. So find time to be patient today. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. So my first story is the National Union of Petroleum and National Gas Workers say it is engaging the Lagos state government to resolve the ongoing issues of tow trucks. It said that the negotiation aims to prevent disruption in fuel distribution, which could lead to a widespread scarcity. In an interview, the General Secretary of NUPENG, Mr. Olawale Afolabi, explained that the union withdrew its services in response to recent attacks of tanker drivers by security personnel of the Lagos state government. And the backstory is that on February 22nd, the Lagos State Task Force towed away several trucks and arrested several members of the Petroleum Tanker Drivers Association, a branch of NUPENG near Dangote Refinery in Ibeju-Lekki Lekki on the highway. Afolabi added that the meeting was ongoing between Lupeng and the Lagos State government, with both parties hopeful that they would reach an agreement and both parties would be happy about it. We really hope an agreement is reached as soon as possible because the fear of fuel scarcity, especially an artificial one, is something we don't want to do. Let me run into my new story. The next story is about Anambra State. And Anambra State's governor, Professor Soludo, has urged the Southeast Development Commission to prioritize the constitution or the construction of a regional railway linking 5 states in the geopolitical zone, emphasizing its economic benefits. Soludo made the call during a state executive council meeting in Akwa. Governor Soludo said it was important to prioritize key projects, particularly a regional railway that connects all 5 southeast states. Given its immense economic potential, the state government reiterated the commitment to infrastructural development and assured residents of continued efforts to enhance economic growth and security in Anambra State. Igbo Kwenu, we greet you. And this is a good development. We hope it goes through. And my final story for the day is in Kano State. So the Kano State Commissioner for Education, Ali Haruna Mobak, has announced that the state government plans to construct 130 new schools across the state under the Adolescent Girls Initiative Learning Empowerment Project. He said that the project would comprise of 75 junior secondary schools and 55 senior secondary schools spread across the state. And this was revealed in a press statement. The commissioner also highlighted that the government introduced the digital literacy program to enhance the quality of education in the state. Now, that's the touching part. He lamented that the previous administration had neglected education. The educational sector, resulting in dilapidated infrastructure, overcrowding in classrooms, and insufficient numbers of teachers. Why would you guys do that? The commissioner thanked the developing partners or the development partner for their contribution to the progress of the state's educational sector and assured that the current administration will continue to provide support. He added that the meeting was critical for reviewing and approving key education and prioritizing validity work plans to foster collaboration among other stakeholders. My final words for you, or one of the words I'm going to run away as I'm about to run away, I want to give to you, is that they say the biggest risk in life is to never take a risk. So let's go today and take some risks. But before you take that risk, I'm about to hand you over to the front burner team. I have the beautiful goddess of all. Her name is Blessing. We have the man with very many words, Priye. And of course, we have the epitome of wisdom, Doc, in the building. Don't go anywhere. Front burners continues in a bit. And I'm still Swift Aderito. Bye-bye.
Exercises. At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Okay, now let's look at some of the stories that have made it into the news. The federal government introduces a new policy requiring contractors to provide an active advance payment guarantee and a performance bond before receiving payment from the Ministry of Works. So the APG, which is the Advance Payment Guarantee, ensures that funds advanced to contractors are used for the project, while a performance bond guarantees the contractor will complete the project as agreed. This new payment policy aims to enhance accountability and quality in road construction across Nigeria. There have been a lot of back and forth between contractors and sometimes the agency of government awarding the contract regarding the contract amount and even date of completion. Sometimes you find abandoned projects and you're wondering, why is the project abandoned? What is delaying or what has caused the delay for the project? A lot of issues. But this time around, going forward to enact a policy where there is the advance payment guarantee and a performance bond before receiving payment from the ministry. Will this do justice? Will this ensure that we don't find abandoned projects anymore? Doc?
Yeah, I think it's not a new policy. It's just the fact that somebody is trying to re-emphasize it in terms of the collusion that we have all spoken about between the private sector and the public sector, really to make things not to work. Elsewhere, there's always what they call service level agreement for every contract. Now, once the service level agreement is signed, everybody understands what your role is in the contract. Now, the contracting is a phase. When you are procuring works, you say, oh, this is the road we want to do. The first thing is to pre-qualify those who should be part of the bidding process in the first place, to see that they are technically qualified to participate, that they have the financial wherewithal to sustain the project. But like they say here, it's always a game of who know who. And some of these rules that are laid down are not followed. And that's why people talk about 95% of the corruption that happens everywhere in the world happens in procurement. It happens in procurement. And this is because we have plenty of insiders dealing. People who are supposed to be supervising have a stake. The person who is supposed to be the overseer has a stake. And therefore, what is needed to be done are never really done. And I think this is where we need to always prioritize excellence, merit over mediocrity or favoritism. If we continue to put and write policy documents, even the words that are written are not obeyed, they are obeyed in breach. So this will not make any difference, except that those who govern, nobody is saying that you cannot give contract to somebody you know really, but also make sure that this person has the competence to do the job, and that he has what it takes to do the job. So also to ensure that this performance bond that is taken from the insurance are not what they used to say in our side, dagbo dagbo. So we find that
you will need to tell us the name of that.
So the performance
It's
bonds
not
are
fake.
They are not fake.
Dagbo, repeat. You repeat Dagbo twice.
Oh, please. Let's not go into that.
You know. So I think these are issues that we really need to deal with, so that when we are having to engage people to work, we should understand that this is a national assignment and that we owe it a duty to both God and man, that when we sign a covenant or an agreement, that breaching it, we are not just offending man, we are also offending God. And I think this is where I will leave it for prayer.
But Doc, really, let's even look at the Dagbo situation you talked about. That could also happen. I mean, where people have to provide certain documents because they are requirements, but they're not genuine. So that's already could create a problem. The purpose of that performance bond is to ensure that you do the job as agreed. But if it is not a real performance bond, it means that you also get to walk away when you default as a contractor.
Well, okay. I like the fact that there are two things, and which Doc has really painted a very good picture of it. The APG, which is
The advanced payment
payment guarantee. I like that advanced payment guarantee, because whoever it is that will emerge as the successful bidder of the contract is expected to pay some amount of money up front that proves that this contractor has the financial muscle to carry out that specific project, even when the money from the government is not forthcoming, and it's not forthcoming in the right time. So if we can guarantee the implementation of that policy, that APG, it is better. Then the other part that has to do with the bond specifies that, look, this project must be completed at this specific time. So no contractor or whoever is giving out this contract, or those who succeeded in the bidding process, can fail, because this will be enshrined in the agreement between the government and the contractor that is going to execute that. Now, let me cast our minds back to September 2nd, 2024. The Guardian published an article where they were talking about assessing government roads and the guidelines that the Federal Ministry of Works had laid down for contractors to follow in executing these roads. And we were meant to understand that we have about 200,000 kilometers of road in the country, and about 34,000 of these 200,000 belongs to the federal government. That means like 166,000 kilometers of these roads then belong to the state government and the local government. He also said that in establishing this, we must make sure that the guidelines expects that the communities have a role to play whenever roads is being built in their communities, and that they have the right to sit down, monitor the time, the execution of the road, and to report any defaulting contractor. The communities, they have to, but when they give all that guidelines, making the communities and other stakeholders to be participants in the process of executing this contract, there was no number stated that, look, this is the right number to call when you observe or note that any contractor is defaulting. That is one killer.
We cannot, as a people, abdicate the responsibility.
No, it's a participatory thing.
That's what I'm saying. You see, I can't give my house contract to be built and I'm saying community to come and be looking at the house. We have a lot of people who are in the Ministry of Works who sit down in the office and do nothing from day to day. Now, there's a supervisor that is assigned to that particular job who is there on a daily basis to see whether the contractors are working or they are not working. Elsewhere, if they give you road to do, at least I'm familiar with the United Arab Emirates, what betide you that you do an inferior job? The entire APGA is claimed and the entire contract sum is fined to the contractor. You are fined the entire sum. While they withdraw the APGA, the money that was advanced to you, they take it back in full because that's already guaranteed. The entire sum for the contract is fined and you are blacklisted from working in that environment. If you like, go to hell. So that's why you see this rate of infrastructure there. Why are we looking for community to help us? Because the person that is employed by the state who earn money monthly from the Consolidated Revenue Fund is compromised in some cases. And then, of course, we can also not absorb the awarding agency or ministry who themselves are violating the provisions of the Procurement Act that understand that if you don't have money in the coffer, you should not sign contract. You are awarding contract without fund.
So I was getting to, I wanted us to get to that point because it's a two-way traffic. It's not only one-sided. So on the part of the contractor, this policy is to ensure that the contractor, once payment is advanced to you, you are on the site. You complete the job within specified time, no default. But on the side of the agency or the ministry that is awarding the contract, there has to be a policy to ensure that the ministry, like you pointed out, has the fund enough to complete the job. Because this may create problems for the contractor, where a project has been awarded, some part of the fund is released, but not totally to take care of the contract, the work done. So the contractor goes to site and starts the job, hoping that when payment needs to be made for the job to continue, that happens, but it doesn't happen, and so the job is stalled, and the contractor at the end of the day is still blamed for delaying the job. Maybe depending on the muscle of the firm, depending on the size of the firm, they may be able to hold grounds or strong grounds with the ministry and say, this is not our fault, it's not coming from us, it is from you. So what happens to protecting the contractor as well, where the delay in the completion of the job is not a fault of theirs, but the delay in money is approved? What then happens?
Okay, so this is where I actually wanted to mention those areas where in the Ministry of Works, it is the building supervisors. In David Umai's speech, he vividly itemized and highlighted it, that look, it is mandatory and equally enshrined in those guidelines that the supervisor of that project from the Ministry of Works must be on site physically, not remotely, to make sure that the contractor goes ahead with that. Now, to complete the work in the specified time and according to the quality and the standard. Now, to what you said, when you come for a bidding process, you are coming, it's like a CV. You are not going there, you are going there with your track record. You are going there with your track record, and I'm sure the authorities that gives out that job is not only assessing your level of competence or engineering, or looking at how many jobs you've done in the past and how laudable and great your CV is, but also what is critical and part of your CV is the financial capacity of that organization that is bidding for that contract.
So are you indirectly saying that contractors who bid for job should have money enough to complete the job, whether they receive funds from the agency or not?
No. So this is it. There is almost an established law, I will call it, that when you get a contract, you do not expect for you to be paid 100% of the I'm coming just a moment. I know you're paid 100% of it and told to go and do the job. Most of it, the federal government, and I dare say even private individuals, have suffered from lack of diligence and the level of lack of transparency from contractors. So when you are coming for a contract, you must have shown a side that you have the financial capacity or access to credit to be able to deliver on this. So when you come, so the government, let's say the government gives you 60%.
By access to funds.
As an organization, as a company, of course, your resume is there. Access to fund in the sense that you can. No, wait. I think you guys should let me land.
No.
So when the government give you 60% to do that,
they can't even they can't get 60%. That is the point that I'm making.
No, when you get whatever is 50 or 40%, because even if we do not agree on that, the APG is here. The APG is here.
The ideal. You are talking the ideal.
Well, we must discuss the ideal.
But what is
the reality?
What is the fundamental problem? Procurement law says that this is a sum you can advance. It's a law. It's not done based on discretion. Mobilization. You are going to give the contractor 20% mobilization. Now, in that agreement, milestones are determined when the next payment is supposed to come until the project is delivered, and then the retention fee, which is 5%, is held by government until that project, if it's a road construction, stand the test of time. Now, what we are seeing in most of the works contracts, especially federal work contracts, is that by the time you give the contractor the 20%, they are not even sure of the next one, because they know that in the ministry you don't have the money. The budget is not there. They are not funded. So the 20% for most of the contractors is like
free money.
Gift, because the awarding agencies and departments or ministry know that they don't even have money to do the contract.
So are they expecting the contractor to use his money to complete the project?
And by the time
that can't happen.
After 1 year or 6 months, 7 months, they have more money again, and they want to turn eye on the contract. The contractor will come back and say to them, you see, the time you gave us this contract, inflation was 40%. Dollar rate was 1,500. Today now, inflation has gone to 46%, and dollar rate has gone to 1,008. Therefore, we have to reevaluate this thing. And then they will come back to table and start to renegotiate. That's the situation. If government has money to even give advance to contractor to say, okay, we can mobilize you 60%. And that's why you see Wiki when he was governor of Rivers State, was emphasizing this singular fact that there's no way contractor can finish job if we follow what the procurement law says. And that's why almost all the contract he awarded in Rivers State, he ensured that bulk of the money gets into a specific account where the contractor can be drawing from on delivered milestone.
Okay.
And I think that's what it's doing in FCT at the moment. And that's why when you go to FCT, all FCT projects, they are funded and the contractors are on site. And can give a date for commissioning on the day of awarding that contract because he has fund
For the job.
Yeah.
And
But most of the challenge that really faces federal government work is not performance bond, is not APG, is the fact that the ministries that are giving out the job don't have money and they are hoping that money will come. And of course, as long as we remain with the envelope system of fund disbursement, we will be around this circle. And I think what is important for us is the fact that government, and I think even the Ministry of Works, should insist that if there's no fund, contract should not be awarded.
You know, to what Spirit was saying, that the contractors should have access to credit, their resume should show. I think sometimes we abuse certain things. These contractors are business people. So you, that is the ministry awarding a contract, you don't have funds for it. But you expect that a private business has fund enough to complete that job. And after completion, they would wait for a certain period of time until you're able to reimburse them. Is that good for business? Regardless of the size of the firm. We know how many contractors have done that in the past on the trust that this is government they are dealing with. Once they complete the job, they will be reversed. It takes time. Some of them have to even wait for administrations to change. One regime passes and they're still pursuing the issue of reimbursement from that ministry. It takes a lot happens. So I don't think we should be expecting so much from the contractors. Yes, they should have certain level of funds. One, to show that you have the capacity to deliver. The money is not given to you and then you vanish into thin air.
Okay.
But to expect that for a project that costs millions of naira or sometimes billions of naira, that a federal ministry does not even have the fund, or maybe a state ministry does not even have the fund, but you expect that a private business can commit funds to it and wait for you to be able to pay, that's overstretching it.
Okay, so if we look at it from the perspective of yourself and Doc, in other words, this recent policy of the APG is it's already defeated.
It is not defeated.
It is defeated already.
It is not defeated.
Okay, so this is where I'm going. If it is defeated already, then I think the Procurement Act should be reviewed. Should be reviewed in a way that if it is a law that states that 20% of the contract sum should be, be given out to contractors for the initial stage for them to go to site, then it should be reviewed to 50 or it should be reviewed to 60%. However, I don't think I'm going to take back my words, because we have seen situations where even state governors had to go ahead to construct roads that belongs to the federal government, and they have requested from the federal government that, look, this is outside our jurisdiction, but we understood how important and how critical this road is to the commercial nerves of our city. So we do not have to wait for you. We have to go ahead to do it. I remember vividly Fayoshe did something like that in his administration and took it up with the government. And some other governors in their state have done some things like that. And sometimes, most times, I've heard of issues where the federal government paid. So for the contractors, they are dealing with politicians, they are dealing with the stakeholders. Then let us have the Procurement Act reviewed. However, if we cannot have that reviewed, then this is just a charade. The APG is defeated completely already, if we are to go by this.
Well, I do not think it is defeated.
Then if it is not defeated, then
okay,
we expect that the contractors should possess some form of finance. And if they go ahead to do more than the 20% that the government has given them for mobilization fee, there should be also somewhere in the law that says if the contractor does this, the government will pay back the money and pay interest on it so that the contractor can be protected. Because if we do not have that,
it is not defeated. If you say 20% for mobilization, after mobilization, fund is supposed to be released to continue the job. But when you mobilize and you're not releasing fund, you expect the contractor to bring the remaining 80%.
You see, let's look at the situation in which His Excellency David Mahi has found himself, where he has to revoke some certain contract for non-performance. He is in a dire situation, we must agree. And he's doing excellently well in terms of seeing that roads are done well, especially by contractor. The problem here is actually the bureaucracy. Even as old as the procurement law is, and as inadequate as it may seem, let's even obey it fully. It's just like people say, Constitution of Nigeria, we have to review it. My argument has always been, even this one that is inadequate, have we finished obeying it? Which is a problem. We cannot be asking for a new constitution or a new act when the one that is currently in existence is obeyed in breach. What's the point here? Umahi has a grant to say, this contractor, you are not performing. We have been on this road for this S number of time. But let us also see the part of the government. The man could actually say, okay, let me go ahead and use my money to do the job. Will government be ready to pay for the cost of fund if there are delay in payment? Should they include that on the agreement or contract to say, yes, we have a milestone? Because if I am going to procure a facility, for example, and I go to a bank and I said, okay, give me a bond to do this road, and they give me money or even give me outright cash to say, okay, take 20 billion, make this road. And in 1 year, you're going to pay 28% interest. Now, that's as good as having the job done. Now the question is, I can factor the price, that 28%, into the cost of the project, hoping that I'm going to get the profit and then the cost of fund, then I return to the bank. But what if now at the end of the day, 1 year is gone and the government has not fulfilled the part of the bargain? So which means if the contractor has no other source of fund, that loan he took from the bank will be compounded. And you see where somebody had borrowed 20 billion, after 2 years or 3 years on that job, is made to return 3 trillion or 1 trillion to the bank because of the compound interest and the default charges that he had to pay every day that he exceed the agreement with the bank. Now, all this we have to work out. And that's why the Procurement Act says, for you to award a contract, have the money in an account. Mobilize the contractor with 20%. at every milestone, give him additional money. Because the law is also afraid that if I give Priye all the money,
He may run away.
he can marry more wife and the job is not done. So the law is saying, but the money is somewhere, is kept. But you're advancing them systematically as work make
Goes
progress until you get to the last 5%, which is called retention fee, which government is not supposed to release to you until the quality of the job you have done is tested. Now, these are all there. But the bureaucrats, do they obey these rules? You remember the very time His Excellency Umahi resumed, even the bureaucrats law came out and said, this is not a Ebonyi state. From the Ministry of Works. And the man is struggling to explain, no, this is about us. So it's like the bureaucrats are taking side with the contractors.
They came late to
All right,
work.
let's
He actually locked them out because
No.
we have to leave this
The
issue.
locking out was just the icing on the cake. The actual issue was the fact that he insisted that some certain things be done.
Yes.
He insisted that some of the
Asphalt,
contracts
yeah.
that they were using asphalt
Asphalt
wasn't right.
right.
That the cost of asphalt and the cost of concrete, that concrete was even cheaper than asphalt.
Okay, so I think bottom line is for the ministries and the Ministry of Works to also ensure that when contracts are awarded, the contractors that bid for this project and the ones that eventually get mobilized have the capacity to deliver, and then the agencies of government awarding the contract, they have enough fund for the completion of the job. Not that you expect that people would tie down business money and wait for whenever they can be paid. Let's also factor in that because it's business and because these are private businesses, they may not have the financial muscle that government or state government will have. And so let's do things right to ensure that Nigerians get to have the dividends of democracy, which also means that good infrastructure is there for things to happen, for development to thrive. Now, when we talk about development thriving, business is critical. And then the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, is reaffirming President Bola Tinubu's commitments to the growth of survival of Nigerian enterprises, because he has described them as a backbone of the economy. And then he goes further to say that the crucial role of local enterprises in ensuring Nigeria's economic sustainability cannot be overemphasized. And he's asserted that the strong support of small and medium-sized businesses is vital for long-term national development. If we look at the way the economy is run and what makes up the economy, a lot of persons are self-employed. Some of them have nano businesses, small, medium enterprises. Apart from government being the largest single employer of labor, the MSMEs actually take on a lot of Nigerians in terms of employment, and that's how many of Nigerians earn a living. But the conducive environment for these businesses to thrive is what we're talking about on the long term. The new tax bill has addressed some part of it, or will address some part of it when it becomes an act eventually, in the aspect of tax waivers for businesses that earn less than 250 million naira annually. So that's some comfort, or that would be some comfort for businesses. Beyond that, we also have critical issues like power and other infrastructure that needs to be on the ground or needs to be in place for businesses to function. What more can be done by the government to incentivize businesses?
Well, when I looked at that particular story, I saw the name of the company and I saw the myriad of activities and manufacturing activities it does. It carried it on the 20th year anniversary of the company, and the vice president had to come. First of all, what attracted the vice president or the presidency to intend to sing the praise of that organization? It must be owned by someone who has some form of a connection to, find its way to the governing authorities to attract the presence of the president or the vice president to come, talk about this organization and the exploits it's doing in the manufacturing sector, and to give the sum of accolade and to use it as an example to promote local industries. It manufactures SIM cards for telecommunication companies. It manufactures smart cards for banks, VAV cards, including the ATM cards. So if it does that, that means it's also will be looking at areas that have to do with chips, because some of these cards are, use chips. And we can see the chips in the smart cards, ATM cards, and also on the SIM cards for telecommunication. That's good. It could be financially intensive, and the technology required to establish such an organization and to forge ahead and to remain in business and make progress to the extent that it has lived 20 years in this space is laudable and should be used. However, what the government should do is to find a way to get to organizations that are not even on the radar of the government, but they are doing excellently well. So when the government, remember vividly when the fuel subsidy was removed and Nigerians started crying out, and the government came out and said, okay, we are going to give some form of subvention to Nigerians, and it came out with how much? 8,000 naira thereabout. Nigerians cried. So what are we going to do with 8,000 naira after taking the 8,000 naira, and then what next? Then billions of nairas were going to parliamentarians. That the government made a policy or told Nigerians that it was going to embark on a policy reform whereby local industries, and it talked about 700 billion or 750 billion naira thereabout for local industries, for local enterprises to be able to access funds and credit to upscale their businesses. And we are glad that the tax reform bill also has shown that aspect of the policy where these businesses between 25 and 50 million naira returns will be exempted from paying taxes. That the government will need to do more. We will not wait to get organizations that politicians will refer to the government, that organizations that are known because they belong to the political party of someone who belongs to government, and because of that they have access to government, so this fund gets to them. It needs to get to the ebb of society where we have some other organizations that knows nobody in government, but because they are doing well should be the reason why the government should lend a helping hand to them so they can upscale their businesses to employ more of Nigerians.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. There should be no discriminatory supports.
At all.
But Doc, for when it comes to the small businesses or even local businesses in Nigeria, there are policies that cut across board, and you find that this is open for as many businesses that are able to take advantage of it. Even when it comes to loans and grants, some businesses don't even know about it, or they do not have what it takes to be able to access it, like the records.
Well, I think beyond even looking at the records, it's also to look at what roles that governments will continue to play in ensuring that the ecosystem for MSMEs to prosper is created. We can talk about it from now till next year. What does SMEs require to survive? They need cheap loan facility. As long as the rate of borrowing is still on the rooftop, over 28%, and by the time you add management fee and the rest of it, is getting close to 34%. For companies to recover 34% as profit, it's huge. So you see that the small and medium scale enterprises are all struggling. And like Priya has alluded to, we're talking about companies that they have, their books are there. We're not even talking about nano businesses who are operating on the street. We're talking about people who are even operating in fintech with a structured office. They have accountants, they have auditors, they have external auditors that looks into their books. But everybody is struggling. The cost of energy is on the rooftop. The cost of electricity is on the rooftop. In short, I went to someone in Victoria Island the other day looking for accommodation. I'm asking, why is your hall this expensive? And he said to me, my brother, electricity for us running this hotel is a medium-sized hotel, is 50 million in a month. That's massive. Now imagine that this guy is also on a loan. So companies are barely making profit. And I think that's what government needs to work on. Let's invest in good infrastructure, energy infrastructure. Let's invest in road infrastructure because logistics is also massive. If you go elsewhere, where of course people are able to cope with energy costs, there are alternative means of transportation. I don't need to drive to work this morning. If you go to places like in the UK, people buy £12 ticket for 24 hours. Anywhere you want to go to. Or £5, I mean. £5 ticket. For a whole day, 24 hours. The ticket is valid. You use it, you can enter a train to go to wherever you are going. And these are all interconnected. So that reduces pressure for the workers and for also the company. But here, those facilities are not on the ground. And I think that is where really government intervention is required. We cannot continue to mount support.
And that's what the vice president meant by saying paying lip service. So what else do we need to do? What else does government need to do? The CBN at the last MPC meeting left interest rate at 27.5%. And here we're talking about
So how will a man, that's official, bank charges are not added, borrow money at 27.5% to do business in Nigeria and compete against a man in the US who is borrowing at 2%.
Okay.
So you know what we're talking about, the interest rate being left. So the reasoning around it, as we looked at it on the table, is that because the rebasing has just been done, and then we cannot test for sure if that is the actual inflation rate. Let's leave it for a while. You know what I was talking about, having a review of that done maybe after a month or so, because businesses are struggling. Now, the longer we leave interest rates at the way it is, the longer businesses will pay high cost for fund, and the more we will go through this situation of high inflation rates, because they will want to pass on the cost, so they are able to pay back whatever loans they've secured.
One of the misfortune for the Nigerian business community is that whenever we have inflation, the only strategy that most times the government comes up with is take up the interest rate so that we try to tighten up access to funds by these people, so that when we do that, we'll try to reduce the amount of money. No, not just that. When they make policies, when they think of policies, they want to bring in strategy on why this policy should be in existence and where should we start from. Most of the time, government goes ahead to start from the top. They don't go from beneath. They travel out of this country to other climes and they see the structured arrangement over there. There is no science there. Come here and implement it. So when you are in the UK and they are charging 2% to businesses for interest, you are in Canada or you are in any of the European Union countries, you see the way they do things. What do they do there? How does it work? How can we implement it here? I remember vividly when Lagos became a model for other states, when the Raji Fashola administration came and bring in the bus rapid transit system, the BRT, and he brought it. It served as a model for other states to copy. So when the government looks at these things, where is the objective? Okay, even though my objective is to make SMEs, nano businesses, and all the small businesses in Nigeria to be able to function well to the extent that each of them will be able to employ 10 persons or 5 or 7 persons. Okay, so what am I supposed to do? Priority should be infrastructure. What am I supposed to do? There must be availability of power. And the availability of power, that's why I do not want government removing their hands completely from regulating power. That it becomes detrimental when the government itself will be the one aiding the organizations, these business persons, to hike tariff.
But there is NEC. Even if government removes its hand completely from the power sector, there is a regulatory body which is NEC. It cannot remove its hand
completely because we know NEC is there. NEC is supposed to be representing the interest of the government.
And
the interest of the government is supposed to be the interest of the people.
So
it doesn't have to be part of the power company or the power sector like the DISCOs, which is privatized now, GENCOs and TCN. But the regulatory body remains, and so that will be government's way of regulating what happens within the sector.
Look at what the issue really is, because he's talking about when there's inflation, we tend to always increase rates. Why? Because that's book economists, textbook economists.
Yes.
And the unfortunate thing is that most of these textbooks were not written with third word in view.
And many of them have even been updated, so we need to even update the way we do things.
At what point are we going to begin to study our own economy and then make policies in line with the exigencies of the economy? And I think that is what tax faces us as a country.
So I think I would expect the CBN right now to begin to do their own research as to what is peculiar with the Nigerian economy, and then the strategy that the CBN would employ to control inflation should be peculiar to the Nigerian situation, else to just be you doing copy and paste, and that doesn't really produce the right results. That's going to break. After that, to be policy discussed. Stay tuned.
Here at Femi Wash Media, call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Sheriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. ARs are
Well, thank you so much for staying tuned to the front burners. This is a time where we get to do some policy analysis. So the president of Nigeria has said that his administration remains committed to improving the digital economy in Nigeria and enhancing how much of job creation that can bring to Nigerians. And this he said when he received the participants of the Senior Executive Course 46 National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSC, and they presented him with a report. So, while receiving a report titled Digital Economy, Youth Empowerment, and Sustainable Job Creation in Nigeria, Issues, Challenges, and Opportunities, that was presented by the participants of this Senior Executive Course 46 of NIPS. So, he is committed to prioritize the development of the digital economy to enhance youth empowerment and job creation. Now, to talk about this today, we have a guest, Mokhtar Mohammed, who's an international finance and economic analyst. He's also the CEO of Asher Investment Limited. Good morning, Mokhtar Mohammed. Thank you for joining Front Burners today.
Thank you for having me here, Front Burners today. Good morning.
It's great to see you. Now, this report that has been submitted to the President, Bola Tinubu, on the digital economy of Nigeria and how the youth can be empowered, talking about sustainable job creation in Nigeria. It's one report that buttresses the point that a lot can be done in Nigeria's digital economy, and that seems to be one thing that should start from the government with e-governance.
It's a good thing. I'm not surprised that the president is saying that again. The world has gone digital. We're trying to catch up, but it's not too late to join. And the youth are always they are the ones that lead that way in terms of digital economy. And again, digital economy has become the norms now. It's one of the largest job creation industry in the world. And also Nigeria cannot be left out. And the good thing is that we have a good minister. The Minister for Digital Economy, Bosuanyeni, has been doing very, very well in that regard. So it's good that the president is now adding his voice to it, giving it the necessary backing to make it a policy statement for Nigeria. So for me, I think it's expected. Digital economy is all about the youth. And you know that if you look at the demography of Nigerian population, it's largely driven by youth. So it's a good place to start. But again, there's a lot of challenges that come with digital economy, which has to do with infrastructures and other security challenges that comes with that. That is where the government needs to begin to see how they can match their words with actions.
Okay, Mukhtar, good to see you this morning. Looking through the report that this senior executive had done and presented to the president, and we're told that they used the quintuple helix model, which seems to synergize industry, educational institutions, government, civil society group to drive the process of growth. How feasible do you think this can be?
This is not a challenge, it's implementation. We've seen this robust digital economy framework. It's all encompassing. It seems to involve everybody. Everybody needs to be part of it. And like I said, the world has gone global. Everybody needs to be part of the digital economy. I was listening to some of you before I came on air on your station. You were running something on AI, which is part of the digital economy. So definitely, I think it's very good that we are trying to encompass everybody. We are not looking at a particular sector, but now how do we drive it? What is the roadmap? That is where I think we'll have the challenge. It's not you don't have the document. You're talking of starting from the educational institution. Where do you want to? What are the curriculums? Are you going to begin to implement digital economy in our school curriculum, which some other hybrid school are already doing in Nigeria, and even if they are not, but the public schools are not there yet. And you see that even the universities, there are different courses that have to do with the digital economy. You talk about cyber security. You talk about before it used to just be computer science, but we are now having different and we are now going to a process whereby we begin to have AI specialization in particular course, like what I saw in your intro about AI in the health sector, AI in the educational sector, AI in the aviation sector, AI in construction, so AI in pharmaceutical, AI in medicine. So these are part of what the digital economy is all about. And I think if we want to drive it, we have to involve everybody. But like I said, there will always be challenges. There are people that still do not believe in what is happening. There's people that still have concern about the digital economy. There's people that still have security concern, which have to do with cyber security. How do you implement that when sometimes the backbone of this all this technology is not even resident in your own country? You have to depend on other countries, internet connectivity. We don't have and we don't have a satellite in space that can drive our own internet security. So these are challenges that need to be addressed as we keep on evolving.
But look at it also again from this way. You just mentioned access to the internet, and the penetration in Nigeria is still very weak. The 4G has not made any headway, and now a lot of people are already connected to the 5G. Now, how will a onegovernment.org function in this highly or semi-literate internet environment?
Need to invest in the government need to invest more, and that's what I think they should be doing. Like I said, the Minister for Digital Economy, he has tried to do his best in terms of that. I've seen that in what he has been doing, trying to build internet app all over Nigeria. So I think it's still something that is for me is work in progress, and definitely we'll definitely get there. Building internet infrastructures are not overnight projects. They have to be done, and then it's capital intensive also.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mukta. You've been doing this for quite a long time, and since you are in the financial and the economic space, and including tech as well, when it comes to technology, this level of infrastructure that is lacking, and even though we know that fintech, has actually made its inroads into the suburbs of Nigeria and the Nigerian society, yet we are not there yet. So could you please just itemize the roles you expect government to play, the stakeholders and the private sector to play, that they will play, and also Nigerians themselves would play? That's about 3 layers of this sets, what we are going to play to make sure that this becomes a reality.
What are the roles of government? Government, like I said, is to create the enabling environment, to come up with policies, to come up with infrastructure. Again, when we talk about infrastructure these days in Nigeria, government seems to want to be the jack of all trade, being participating in all infrastructural development. I think that's where I like what you mentioned. The private sector will now come in now, and the private sector will come in there and partner in government with building infrastructures. Government globally do not have the resources to build the kind of infrastructures that their citizens need, so they are partnering with the private sector. So I think that is where I think the government and the private sector will need to come. As long as government is coming out with those policies, government will also need to build partnership with the private sector. Then you talk about the citizens themselves, Nigerians themselves. We need to be enlightened. We need to be educated. We need to know what is there for us, because in every policy globally, it has to be telling the people what is there for them. Because when the people know what is there for them, they key into it. So we need to let people know what is there for them in their business, what is there for them in terms of education, what is there for them in terms of health, what is there to them. And at the end of the day, what value does that add? And when you talk about value driven, it comes boiling down to how much does this come into their pocket and how much go out of their pocket, and how does this enhance it, how does this improve it, or how does this reduce it. So those are part of what you need to let the people. So the 3 layers that you have just said: government infrastructure, government policy, private sector partnership with government to build good policies and good infrastructure that will stand the test of time. Then you go further, and then you begin to look at the people. But the people is more of how educated they are to take advantage of it. You need to educate them and let them know what value they will get there, and like I said, how will that translate to naira and kobo in their pockets.
When we talk about infrastructure, it sounds quite general. Now, within this category of where we are heading as a government and as a people, can we be more specific about the word infrastructure and the peculiarities that those infrastructure would demand for us to really make the required impact?
To begin to not just join the jamboree. Nigerians had satellite launch before, but I don't know what has happened to Necoside 1, Necoside 2. We need to begin to think about that. Just over the week, we'll be hearing how the Chinese company have launched, the Chinese government have launched their own satellite to cover about 30 countries and to compete with Starlink, which is owned by Elon Musk in the United States. So those are the type of infrastructure we are talking about. We need to look at backbone. We need to look at putting more optical fiber cable, C connection through fiber cable. Those are part of what we need to work on. And that is not cheap. And as it stands today, most of our telecom company outside of one of them that have been able to build that kind of strong infrastructure, fiber internet through the waterways, 90% of them are still struggling. So we need to encourage them, give them the right policies, and then begin to attract also ordinary Nigerians to want to be part of it, especially Nigerian companies. You want to build those network, those backbone, so that it is not when I'm doing business, I have a backbone or I have a cyber failure. I'm calling the United States. I'm calling China. There should be a backbone that is residented here, whereby it's built for us, that we are able to have control over it, not the kind of backbone that we have no control over.
Talking about infrastructure, part of the 8-point recommendation by the senior executive who had participated in the Course 46 was that the president should encourage states to waive the right-of-way fees for telecom infrastructure. Do you agree with that? In what way would that help infrastructure?
You see, that's why I talk about policies. Sometimes you see the federal government has a different policy, the state has a different policy. They've not been synergy. I mean, if you do that, again, you see that costs will definitely come down, and that also will encourage investment in infrastructures. But what we've seen is that the government, where the federal government is thinking of, when the federal government is thinking of inclusion, is thinking of connecting the rural area. The state government is thinking of revenue. So they are also, you see, that's mean they are not on the same lane. And again, you must not forget that some of these telecom companies still also provide power for themselves, whether through solar means or whether through diesels and other base stations. So, but the state governors are not looking at that. They are just looking at how much this is the business that we have now in this state, because a lot of governors are not innovative. So they're just looking for where to get revenue to be able to whether to pay salaries or just to run their own affairs. So they definitely see a small business that has come there, because they feel that this telecom company most of the state, the telecom company seems to be the largest investment company they have in their state. So they go after them, either in taxis, either in, like you talk, right away, which has been a big challenge. But I think that is why the synergy, like I said, the synergy is going to be an all-compensing synergy. I expect the minister to begin to liaise with state governments and the commissioners that are involved. And fortunately for us, or will I say luckily for most states now have commissioners that are in terms of digital economy like that. So it could be easy over time, but they have to open that line of communication and let them know the benefit that will bring into their state's economy and the benefit that it will bring to Nigeria as a country, and the kind of global significant that would be when you open up your the place the development in the area of digital economy.
So part of that recommendation was also for the president to expedite the implementation of the National Digital Economy and Digital Governance Bill 2024. Now that bill part of the objective of the bill is to mandate public institutions to transform to using digital processes and carrying out their duties. And the aim of the bill is to ensure that there is improvement in the certainty of digital transactions, digital service delivery in Nigeria, and also to encourage fairness in competition in the digital economy in Nigeria. But if we look at the movement of public institutions to digital governance, which I believe the e-governance platform, the egov.ng, is for. When we now look at certainty of digital transactions and certainty of digital service delivery, would you say that moving all the MDAs to one portal, we are ready for that, or will be able to achieve certainty of digital transactions and service delivery? Will that not make it difficult rather than having different portals for e-governance in Nigeria?
Ordinarily, when you move them to one platform, it's supposed to be very easy. But again, if you listen to what the president said that he's going to hand it over to the secretary of the secretaries to the federation. So once you start seeing policy moves like that, then you begin to talk about the administrative bottlenecks. If there's any technology that is new, will have to pass through its challenges. We what's called the teething process. So what I think they should do initially is to have a phased process. Not just bring all the agency, ministry, parastate or under the digital. You need to come up face by face. And also in doing that, also you need to also begin to train those staffs in those places. Most of them, they don't have idea of what digital economy is all about, what you are trying to implement. So they see it like coming to infringe on their productivity level. So you need to enlighten them in those places to know what it is, what they cost it, what are the benefits, and I think those are the kind of enlightenment. And you know that when you go to the digital economy again, you are going to reduce corruption. That's one thing nobody's talking about, and that is one area that you know has become a monster in Nigeria. So everybody will fight that because again, digital transaction, digital economy, digitalization of every process makes it open, and sometimes when that can easily be able to deal with all sectors of insecurity, can also be able to deal with corruption, which has become like a standard of living in the way of life in the civil service. So definitely you should know that they will fight it because they are not just fighting it because of the technology, they are fighting it because of what it's going to take off them. And so you need to also, as a government, be able to come up with your principle, with your roadmap, and be able to have some time to be firm in what you have decided to do. But I think it should be starting with some parastatals. They're just like starting with some parastatals before you move to the other parastatals. Just like what we did when we were trying to move to cashless. We didn't just say all state, all bank, all federation go into cashless. It was a facial process, face by face. I think that is what they should do rather than just taking everybody down there.
Recently, we saw the U.S. policy on AI, especially when J.D. Vance spoke at the Europe Summit on safety of AI adoption. And they met in a position that American is not really too concerned about safety. They are concerned more about the opportunity that AI presents. Do you think that we should tread with caution towards safety or embracing the opportunity? What's your view?
I think we should use a twin tower. We should think of safety, we should think of opportunity, but let's look at the opportunity first. And then once you get to those opportunities, you begin to deal with the safety area of it. We're already there, so we can't run away from it. So we need to just make sure that we are looking at those safety concerns. and be able to deal with it. And the good thing is about it's a global safety concern. So definitely there will be a global solution. It's how keen into this global solution. And that's for me is the in. So rather than not just saying, "Oh, we are not involved in it, we are not interested," I think we should more or less look at the opportunity first. Because if you put the safety concern in front of you, you won't go further. You want to do anything. So definitely let's look at the opportunities that are out there, and then we begin to deal with the safety issue. Like I said, safety is not even going to be a national problem; it's going to be a global problem. So for me, that is fantastic.
Thank you so much, Mokhtar Mohammed, international finance and economic expert, and also CEO Finance with Mokhtar. We understand that you have another engagement to attend to.
Yes, thank you. Some other day I will be here for a long time. Thank you for having me.
All right, we hope to have Mokhtar Mohammed another time when we can have a very lengthy conversation with him around these areas and other matters related to finance. Now, this recommendation by the senior executive for 6 participants is a lot. Now, there are aspects of it where they also where they advocated for the digital economy and digital governance bill 2024, which I was talking about, that they've asked that the president should expedite the passage of that and the implementation, of course. So it's an aspect of that bill that talks about export-oriented digital services. Now, I don't know what is on the ground to ensure that those who are in the tech sector in Nigeria are able to begin to have export services of what they do.
Well, there are two sides to that conversation, and which for me the most fundamental is the governance side of it, because principally there are no laws and regulations that governs the digital space at the moment, and that really portends challenges, especially in the area of arbitration. All countries across the world really do not have at the moment really standard rules or procedure for governance, and I think that is important. That we're in a digital age is something we cannot run away from. But how are we going to govern that space to ensure that rights are not violated, that when rights are violated, that, of course, people have right of redress. You have to also talk about places of origination. You see, if, for example, I live in the UK and I write something defamatory against somebody who is in Nigeria, where would the arbitration side be? Will it be run based on the law in the UK or is the US, or is it going to be run based on the laws that are in Nigeria? These are all issues we must, of course, talk about. Now, we also understand, and I think Sheyi said that very, very copiously yesterday, storage facilities. We don't have enough storage.
$500,000 for
one server.
And what that means also is how will a full adoption, for example, of a digital governance affect or infringe on the sovereignty of the nation is also something that we have to also consider, because if somebody who is not your national now has control over strategic information about you, it becomes a problem. Remember some years ago when, of course, some hackers got in and they locked up the pipes in the US, and the US government had to pay ransom to hackers.
The United States.
Yes. To be able
the giant of tech.
To be able to get the pipe working again. These are some of the challenges that we must also have to look at, say, are we really ready for a full-blown digital economy?
Okay. Sorry. So, since time immemorial, we've been talking about the issue of Nigerian satellite. I'm looking forward to the time we'll bring an expert in satellite science or those knowledge base, so we can really have a conversation, extensive, robust conversation.
Maybe someone from Large Concerts
about it, because it's becoming, now it's going to serve a critical part of the economy. Well, because we are not only attaching science to it, there's an economic aspect of it, and it's a level of infrastructure that will foster national development. Now, for the government, these boys that we tagged Yahoo boys that do dangerous things with tech, please, when you apprehend them, the EFCC, the ICPC, the police force, when you get these boys and you take them to the government, to the police station and all of that, when you are done with the whole legal process, could you please take these boys? There are some things you can learn from these boys. Don't just throw them away. We know of some of Nigerian youths who did that, who are arrested by the foreign governments, and they are not coming back home because they want to extract and exploit the knowledge of these people. Can we do the same?
Okay, so when you're talking about those who are into cybercrime in the aspect of maybe hacking and some other things, they may be the knowledge that they have may be useful and it can be repurposed for good
things.
That's where the correctional service comes in, because what we used to have before is the prison system. People go there, they save time. But it seems like, hold on, you don't know where I'm going to here. So it seems like what we still have is we're operating the correctional service the way the prison service was operated. There is no structure to ensure that when people get into the system, they are actually reformed. If that is on track, which takes a whole lot, it also takes the willingness of the person who's been reformed to comply and to cooperate with the reforms so that they are turned to better people. But however, that may just be one side of it. Maybe their knowledge or their expertise can be used, whether willingly or forcefully. I don't know how they're going to accomplish that. But there's more that needs to be done in our education system, in the way and manner we educate our people. We need to move away from the old system where education is theoretically based and people do not really have practical knowledge. We have universities, we have polytechnics that offer courses in computer science, offer courses in fields that are related to computer science and even tech. But what are those courses equipping those who study with? What skills are they being equipped with? Because if we're talking about export-oriented digital services, then we must be top, or at least be playing at the field where we're among the top players. If you need to export technology or any digital service, it must be something that is relevant to the countries where you're exporting them to. You can't be totally reliant on artificial intelligence created by other countries. You can't be totally reliant on digital products created by others and then you want to export. So you must have an advantage that others do not have, and you must have something that people will be willing to pay for. So we need to do a lot in terms of research. Our educational system should be one that rightly positions Nigerians who operate in the digital economy at an advantage, not that they are playing catch-up. Because by the time you're playing catch-up, you're the one who needs products that have been developed, and then you're not offering an advantage. We also need to invest in the infrastructure, because infrastructure is basic. Now, when Sheyi said $500,000 for one server, it sounds like a very big amount. But if the government is willing, there can be public-private partnership. There can be investors who would come into this and say, this is the part that we're playing for you to be able to have these assets, for you to be able to have this infrastructure. And this is how we come in. Because now we're talking about economy. So what is going to be the financial gain of any company that is investing in that? Look at how much Elon Musk was offering to buy OpenAI. That's billions of dollars, because he knows what he's going to do with it and economic advantage that is going to be to him. So if we see the economic opportunities herein, I believe that being able to bring in investors who will provide the infrastructure and all that we need to harness the potential in Nigeria's digital economy would be there.
I like when Nigerians talk so well about investor.
Yes.
Investors are not Father Christmas.
Yes.
Investors are people who are looking for opportunity to make more money.
True.
Now, the question we have to ask ourselves is that are the opportunities for making that money here is a challenge. We're talking about in 2025. This is February ending. Internet access in Nigeria is still less than 60%. So, we may be 200 million plus people. But the people who are actually having access to internet, they are like half of the population. So the market does not seem very lucrative as it should be. That's one part. Number two, we have not created the right ecosystem for what I'll call this digital economy transition. We've spoken too much about energy transition. And I think we also must be harping on the digital economy transition. For some of you who would have grown up or know that in the early 70s, early 80s,
Early 70s, I wasn't born.
Okay, good.
He's talking to the generality.
He was looking at me, so I had to.
He's talking to the members of the audience.
You'll find that almost every secondary school, even in Nigeria, mathematics, chemistry, physics, additional mathematics were taught by Indians. Indians. Almost everywhere in this country. They were imported in large scale. And in 2025, we are just talking about STEM in Nigeria. The Minister of Education visited King's College, just as our backyard, last week, and saw the state of their biology laboratory, the chemist laboratory, the physics laboratory. And he said, this is not what people who were expected to build satellites should study. So I think the problem with us, because you ask what has happened to Nigeria Satcom 1 and 2, is the fact that people like white elephant projects, and you give those guys big money, so much can come from it. Not really the value that such services is going to deliver to the environment. So this is the trouble here. We are not strategic about the things that we do. So if you are looking or building a future of 50 years from today, I'm not sure that there's any place where we have sat down as a country to even sit down and said, okay, let us write a program for Nigeria of our dream in 50 years. I know Lagos has done theirs. And somehow you find that every successive government has a task that is allocated to it in that 50 years to be done.
It just seems like Lagos is a country, but it's located within Nigeria. Because of the way Lagos State functions.
Yeah.
Because of the planning, the strategy, and you actually see the implementation of all of this coming together. So you see that there are segments that are being developed and they are interconnected. But the wonder is, as a nation, can we not even adopt?
I don't want to say, I don't want to just give all the credit to Lagos that way. I can give the credit to Lagos that way if...
No.
I know.
You won't allow me finish my
Sorry.
It is not even an issue of credit, but the issue of having forward thinkers.
Yes. What I'm actually talking about is that I just use Lagos as an example because they have a 25-year plan that Lagos is running and saying, in the next 25 years, this is where we are going to be. In the next 50 years, this is where we are going to be. And they put this plan together and they are refining it and they are retweaking it. And every successive regime has a particular thing they need to do.
That's
Say,
continuity.
For example, you see, when Fashola came, he was to clean Lagos. It was clear. And so you can see all the effort to cleaning Lagos under the bridge everywhere, decorating and beautifying it. Ambode was to build on that, and of course Sanwo-Olu is building on that, and the next government is going to build on that.
What if it's from another political party? What if it's from another political party? Is it going to throw that line?
And this is where, for me, I was in Rwanda last year, and it was toward the election in May, and I was asking somebody, why will Rwanda keep voting for one man? And the man asked me, why won't they continue to vote for him as long as he's doing what is right? So let's even take away what the opposition will do, and I think that is what we need to do at the center, to first of all have a master plan for a country, to say this is where we are heading, and therefore all the policies of government are tied into this master plan. And even if regime change,
there is still continuity.
Will be advocates within the system, especially the bureaucracy, who will drive this process and ensure that we get to where we are supposed to be.
Okay, so there is need for continuity because government is supposed to be continuum. It's not a thing of, oh, this man is in position now. When your administration ends, the next person starts all over again, or even begin to repeal some policies that has been made by the previous administration. There should be a common agreement. What do we want Nigeria to look like? What do we want the Nigerian economy to be like? And there are set out plan, clear-cut plans that everybody does as beats, and it moves till we get to where we want to. That's the only way to go about it. But approaching it randomly, let's do this first, let's do that first, and at the end of the day, there is no interconnectivity between all we're doing. It leads us nowhere. We'll just get haphazard success. We'll get success in this area, but in the other part, the fundamental things are basically lacking. We'll take a break. On the return, it's time for us to look at public health. And this time around, we're looking at primary health care. Stay tuned.
Mrs. Patience Chima noted that a lot of children were becoming stunted and wasted, with them coming down with a lot of diseases because they did not eat well. She remarked that the cost of foods that supply average amounts of protein nutrients required for a healthy life, such as fish, had surged drastically, trapping millions of children and pregnant mothers in the web of malnutrition. 55% of Nigeria's public spending on food security and nutrition went into food consumption and health between 2018 and 2021, according to a new report on state food security in the world. Nigeria spent 45% of its food expenditure on tackling the major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition within the same period, but the effort had little influence on access to nutrition such as fish. The global assessment was in collaboration between the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO of the United Nations and the International Food for Agricultural Development, the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, the World Food Programme, and the World Health Organization. The creation of a breeding population of genetically improved farmed tilapia fish to boost fish yield without compromising the nutrition quality was one of the interventions that the federal government implemented last year under a 5-year agricultural technology and innovation policy launched in 2022. The initiative saw high-yielding tilapia distributed to hatcheries and farmers in an attempt to diversify local aquaculture from catfish, which accounted for local fish farming. According to the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, this strain of tilapia originated from Nile tilapia, which has faced multiple generations of selective breeding, making it fast-growing, adaptable to a wide range of conditions, including cheaper feed requirements. It also provides many of the same nutritional value, such as zinc, iron, vitamin A, calcium, and protein as other fishes. In 2022, World Fish teamed up with others for a hatchery and fish farm in Ogun State to ship 60,000 tilapia pieces of fish from Malaysia to Nigeria, where they entered a mandatory months-long guaranteed period. By 2021, the altered fishes were used to produce a tilapia breeding population, with the resulting offspring supplied to farmers and hatcheries to establish their own production. The initiative went on to train about 200 farmers using the curriculum of tilapia breeding, nurturing, and grow-out farming. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News. Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for
Yes, having talked about digital economy, let's talk about health. Health, they say, is wealth. You need to be healthy for you to even tap into the wealth in Nigeria's digital economy, or any digital economy for that matter. So the federal government has committed 1 trillion naira to enhance primary health care in Nigeria, and it's also going to train over 60,000 health workers as part of the efforts of the government to improve healthcare delivery, particularly to those at the grassroots. We're talking about how critical the primary healthcare centers are to the health sectors. To look at this and understand what this performance-based fund that has been released for the healthcare sector, $1.2 billion, which is about ₦1 trillion, how far this will go in improving the level of the condition of primary health care centers across Nigeria. Let's talk with our guest this morning, who is the co-founder and CEO Pay Per Care Healthcare Limited, Brown Matrix Consulting Limited, and Leadership and Performance Management Institute. So since this fund is performance-based, you could also speak to it along the line. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. If we look at the role the primary healthcare centers play in, or are supposed to play in Nigerian healthcare sector, and $1.2 billion committed to improving their condition and also training 60,000 healthcare workers, can we say that we're finally getting there in ensuring that those of the grassroots have access to healthcare?
For having me. And first of all, I want to say that the primary healthcare is a very critical component in the Nigerian healthcare system. The Nigerian healthcare system is split into the federal, the state, and the primary healthcare. And about 60% of our population are meant to access the primary healthcare. But unfortunately, that has not been the dynamic. Some of those statements haven't spent about 3 decades in the healthcare space, not as a medical doctor, but as someone who sells medical devices and making presentations to chief medical directors across different citizens, the public, in some of their seminars. Some of these statements have comfort, but execution has been the problem. If at all, since we are in a new regime, the Tinubu government, if this will be implemented, I can tell you that it's really going to turn around our healthcare system. But the question I also want to ask is that in the first quarter of 2024, Professor Ali made a statement that 50 billion will be released into the primary health sector to revamp the primary healthcare. How has that done? He didn't speak about that, and now again he's making another statement again that about ₦1 trillion will be released to the primary healthcare center and 60,000 workers will be trained. Then if I do my mental calculation, let me use Lagos State as a benchmark where everything seems to be working in terms of primary healthcare and the healthcare system says working. If you do a calculation, you're talking about having about 78 healthcare workers trained across the 36 states, if you have to divide it. So if you split it around that, Lagos State alone has more than 15 primary healthcare. How would these 78 healthcare workers be distributed? And what quality of healthcare workers are they taking there? So to me, I think it's still a question of a policy statement, ambiguous statement, just making statement for just to satisfy those who want to listen to it.
Thank you, Doctor. It's good to have you on set this morning. A lot of people have argued that the dysfunctional nature of our federalism has also been the real challenge here, that the federal government are not necessarily to be concerned about primary health care. Theirs actually should be the tertiary health care. But how do you think that we'll be able to manage these with this distorted federalism where the local government council, especially in the rural area, the chairman lives in the urban center and they only go there at the end of the month for allocation sharing? How do you think we can work around this to really have a robust healthcare, primary healthcare across Nigeria?
First of all, I want to say that, like I said earlier on, I've done presentations across state governors, conference of chief medical directors and all of it. We are trying to put the horse before the right. Capacity development is critical and it's important. If we really were serious about revamping the primary healthcare, what the government should have done first is to get people trained. Get the people trained, go to the local government and get the health worker and the local government trained and make sure the right infrastructures are there. When they talk about revamping the primary healthcare, you and I know, I'm not working. Most of the primary healthcare centers are not working. Some of them don't even have no table, no desk, nothing. If you go there, you don't see any doctor. So to me, if it has to work, the health minister or the coordinating minister, or whoever is in charge of this, first of all, has to ensure that the local government staff or the healthcare staff in the rural areas, first of all, they are trained. The right infrastructure is in place. Then you talk about then equipping the police. Not saying, oh, we've released 1.something trillion naira, want to revamp the healthcare center. How do you want to do it? Can you in the city, have you seen a model? If you say you want to revamp, show us a model of how it will look like when you're done. We don't have it. Every structure is built for the from vision. This is a political statement, and this is a politician, and so it's a bit difficult because the capacity is not there, the skill is not there. There's a capacity gap. The leadership vision is not there in the local government. So how do they intend to do it? It will just be another policy statement. At all, if money is released, then they will share it and go home with it, and nothing will happen. In this country, we heard about the Vamet project. Where are the equipment? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. They allocate money, the money, they give it to the French, they supply devices. More often at times, they don't even supply the devices. They still leave the same place the way it is, administration to administration. If the present administration is serious about revamping the primary healthcare center, which is critical to the development of any healthcare infrastructure or ecosystem of any country, and also to bring about what? Sustainable healthcare in this country, and also reduce the infant mortality rate, the government should first of all come up with a training plan of the local government staffs or those that will be there and provide the necessary environment. No doctor, no healthcare officer will go to the local government and work in an environment that is not conducive, an environment that is not fit for living. There is no light. There is nothing. You want to send them, they will not go.
That's well said, Doc. There's also this other issue where the most hit sector of the Japa syndrome is actually the health sector. And people have argued because of poor remuneration in that particular space. Now we're also talking about people going to the rural areas to work. There's this fellowship program that the Federal Ministry of Health has also put in place, and over 360,000 people are said to have enrolled into the fellowship. Are you sure this will be able to bridge that gap?
Now, in my dissertation, when I was doing my PhD, I spoke about the workforce staffing and leadership in the healthcare sector. The challenge we have right now, the Japa syndrome will not be reduced until the leadership crisis in the healthcare sector is addressed. You expect a medical doctor who has been trained to work with people who do not care about his welfare. A doctor goes to the clinic or the healthcare, the equipments are not there. The doctors are being trained without being exposed to the latest technology. And even if they are exposed to the latest technology, their leaders are autocratic. They don't take the condition, the welfare of the healthcare workers into consideration. They think about themselves. The Japa syndrome will keep going up. We need to sit down and be serious about our healthcare system. And what I tell people that care to listen is that you pray that you don't fall ill. Most of the innovation today we see in the healthcare space are not spread. You can't get them in Lagos is a unique location, both from the private and the public healthcare system are well equipped, functioning very well. But you can't get the same thing if you go to even a nearby states. Some nearby say what you get in Lagos. Lagos is a model city where doctors are investing. Maybe because of the multipolitan nature of Lagos State, doctors are buying CT, MRI, upgrading their theaters, making sure it's up to class. And also the same thing is applicable to the general hospitals in Lagos State. Today, go to a general hospital in Helios State, you'll be glad to go there. The primary health care center are well equipped. They run 24-hour services. 24-hour services. You have a panel over their roofs. There are doctors who are there on duty. They do all manner of investigation because the government has intentionally worked with a blueprint that they want to run with it. But does, on the federal level, do the state government or the coordinating minister has a plan for that? So the DAPAC syndrome will keep improving. How much are our doctors paid? My father was a medical doctor. I grew up to know him as a medical doctor. Then when I was in primary, what happened? As soon as he went to work one day, he came back with a Peugeot 504 as a medical doctor. He was able to give us a hope, build a roof over our over us when we were there. We were not stranded, we were not living outside. He has a quarter where he was living. He has workers that were working for him as a medical doctor. So he had that joy of going to work. But today, I don't think Nigeria is prepared yet. The Japa syndrome will keep increasing until we do the needful. If I have a brother or a sister who is in the health space and he goes to work, if the working environment is not okay, a toxic leader who does not care about his welfare, but only think about their pocket, I won't advise him to stay until the needful is done. I can't hear you. My audio, I can't hear you. I can't hear what you're saying. I cannot hear you. I didn't get your brief. Yes. Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you. No, I can't still hear you. No, I cannot hear you. I still cannot hear you. I still cannot hear you, please. I still can't hear you. I can't hear you, please. I still can't hear you. I don't know what is going on. Tell you again. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with the audio. If you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
without attending to the welfare of the doctors who will be carrying out the job. Because even the machines needs to be operated. Even the equipment, the doctors that are going to use them need to be trained. And it must reflect in the remuneration. Just the way the tertiary healthcare centers are meant to take care. Okay, doctor, if you're back, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, now I can't hear you. So, okay, if you can hear me, this was the question I asked in the first place. That now we're talking about 1 trillion naira. Previously, before now, we saw $933 million. And there are issues of the 50 billion naira that you referenced, about 400,000 workers that needs to be trained, and how the health minister, Professor Ali Pate, came out to talk about it. Now, I am trying to explore your leadership and performance management side. How can we efficiently utilize these funds for it to really treat the inconsistencies and the anomalies that is bedeviling the health sector in our country, and see that these funds, translate to curbing these problems and it reflects in the health sector of our country?
Thank you for that question. First of all, we have to start from healthcare vision. We have to start from healthcare vision. I will explain it. They said we must have a healthcare vision or a national healthcare vision of what we want to do. We now have to set KPIs, not policy statement. We know the number of teaching hospitals that are in Nigeria. We know the number of general hospitals that are in Nigeria. The number of primary healthcare in Nigeria, we are not too sure. But I want to take a benchmark of, let's say we have about 15 primary healthcare centers in every state. We set up our target and tell ourselves, okay, fine, in this state, we want to implement XYZ. And in these primary healthcare centers, we want to buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. These are the healthcare workers we want to train. This is what we'll provide and all of it. We atomize it and have it, we make them public. Break the entire implementation plan into phases. We start with X number of states. We execute it. And we come up with a plan and ask people to go and check and make sure what we are saying, we are really walking the talk. After that, we move to the next phase. If it is not done, either the president or whoever is in charge will hold the health minister accountable, or the population or the people will hold them accountable. That you said this, you did not do it. The point is, we make statements that are not backed up with the execution plan, and they are not KPIs to measure what we are doing. Anything that cannot be measured cannot be tracked. 1 trillion, fantastic. How do we measure it? How do we track you? Are there KPIs somewhere? Is there anywhere I can log in to find out what is happening and what state are we executing this project and who is the person in charge? When these things are not there, it is difficult. If I thought the money is released, because this money is not assigned to specific deliverables, people will still go there and paint the building and tell you they've renovated a primary health care center or they've done something. But when they are tied to, I give you 10 naira, I say you will buy an operating light. I go there and I see the operating light, and not just any operating light. The operating light must have specification that meet global standards. And this operating light must be durable, not one that is made somewhere that you bring after some time, while the doctor is carrying out the operation, the doctor will be sweating. That need to, until we get that all clear. Now, okay, I operate in the public sector, right? Not in the private sector. I beg your pardon, I operate in the public sector. I have my team across Nigeria and Ghana. We all work remotely. We have our KPIs. At the beginning of the year, we hold our strategic meeting and agree on what to implement. These things are cascaded down to even the lowest person who knows what you're supposed to do. Every Friday we meet to review and ask ourselves one question: are we on track? If we are not on track, why are we not on track? Where have we gotten it wrong? Then we realign our strategy and our implementation plan. That's all about performance. When a country cannot do that, forget it. We are going nowhere.
Very much. Now, this is probably my last question to you, as long as this is concerned. Now, I like the vision you spoke about. It's quite, articulate. The thing is, in all this, if you envisage the government and the nation to have such a robust health plan, in what way do we bring in the private sector? And what kind of health products would the private sector be looking at to make sure they churn out to consolidate the government plan? Because obviously the government plan in the health sector may not be able to take care of the whole 200 million population in Nigeria.
PPP, in my project in the doctorate I did, we did a PPP team project with my colleagues. Some of them was from California, Texas, and all of that. Interestingly, they said we should study in Nigeria in terms of people. So we came up with a proposal. It's simple and straight. The government should open up the healthcare sector, bring in enabling environment in the rural areas where private sectors can come and pick up some general primary healthcare center and revamp them on a PPP basis and equip them and run them. Other and the sharing formula. And you see they do it. In the urban center, they do it. In Lagos, you have a lot of PPP running up. The Tinubu Diagnosis Center is a PPP project going on, right, in Lagos State. If you go to Benin, Ibadan, University, they all have PPP. The same they should do in the primary healthcare center. But however, the environment must be enabling. The healthcare worker has to be safe in that place. Because you don't send someone there, then the person eventually not kidnapped. So they have to guarantee security. The right infrastructure has to be in place. If the government wants the private sector to come in, there are a lot of players who want to play there. What about PHCN? And hospitals do not run without you providing light. Are we going to be running on solar system? The government needs to provide that. Or is it the private sector that will now come and install the solar system, the solar light there on the primary health center, equip the place, run it, and recoup its investment. And after some time, hand it over. However, there's also a risk there that we also put because of government incontinuity in government policy. The government comes and, oh, sorry, we are PDP, we are not APC, we are this and all this. Stop, they abandon the project. If a private sector person goes into the PPP within the primary healthcare, there must be an enabling act that will protect its investment, that irrespective of any government that is in power, that its investment is guaranteed. That need to be passed, and there has to be a law with a protection. Then you see that this is not just only Nigerians, other investors from India, they will take over our primary health center, they will equip them, and we'll see a functioning primary health center that is being where the private sector can play freely, invest their money because they know that at the end of the day, they are guaranteed of recouping back their investment.
Okay, if we look at the primary healthcare centers, they are actually under the purview of the local governments because they are at the grassroots, and the local government is a tier of government that is directly in charge of those locations. But we still find the federal government committing or saying they committed funds to it. What should be the role of the local government to complement the efforts of the federal government, being that these primary healthcare centers are within their locality and so they fall directly under just jurisdiction? You talked about security being provided, the enabling environment. So how should the local governments come in to assist to provide this? And let's also look at the services that are rendered in primary healthcare centers. Now, I've seen primary healthcare centers that are even within urban centers where they run more like collector services. You go there are hours of the day you can even find people there. And these are situated within the urban centers. Is it that a primary healthcare center just offers remedial services, or they should operate like full-scale hospitals? Please enlighten us.
Multiple questions, but I'll try to take each of them as you ask. In case I miss anyone, you just call my attention to it. Now, the primary care centers are the first points of contact they are not meant to offer a full-fledged care like the general hospital. They are supposed to serve as a place where people go. Maybe you have cases like malaria, and maybe you need to be treated for. Some of them can even be equipped to take care of what, to take care of delivery, depending on where you have the next general hospital. But where the proximity between the primary health center and the general hospital that is meant to offer secondary care is nearer, the primary health care center will serve now as a cluster. For cases they cannot handle there, they will transfer them to the general hospitals. And for cases the general hospital cannot handle, they will now move them to the teaching hospital where you have all hands can take care of them. Now, cases like, let me talk about malaria. Malaria, if a primary health care center is working, imagine I'm in Lagos, and let's assume that Ekpe do not have a general hospital, and they have a functioning primary health center. Why should someone travel all the way from Ekpe and come to Marina to come and receive care if the primary care center in Ekpe is well designed, or Ejede in Ekorodu is working well? In Lagos, they are all working, so they don't need to come all the way, except for cases they cannot handle. Why should a pregnant woman leave Ejede and come all the way to Ekorodu General Hospital if we have hands, people, midwives there that can take the delivery? Because before now, this pregnant woman is going for antenatal, they will know the state of it, whether she's going to undergo CS, and if it is, then before her did it, she will be transferred to a general hospital. So that need to be whether from a cluster of the primary care center that fit into a general hospital, a cluster of 5 primary health care are clustered around one general hospital to offer such services. But from design, the primary care centers are meant to deliver skeletal services. I go to your next point. Right now, yes, on paper, we say we have 3 tiers of government, but operationally, it is not so. We had what is happening when the present administration said they were giving direct fund straight to the local government. All our governors come protesting because the primary health care centers are judged, or the local government are judged there at point where they seal the fund. When the fund gets to the local government, when the fund gets to the state government decides what goes to the local government. Some local government are not even functioning. You need to take a walk around most of our local government. Some local government, they don't have power. Some local government, they are not good offices. Some local government, if you go to tell this a local government, you'll be asking yourself, is this supposed to be a local government? Now that the government is saying, oh, state, we want to make these people autonomous. Let's give them fund. We heard what the former governor of Edo State said when he was interviewed about the autonomous of the local government. It was on air. I listened to the discussion, what he said, that these people do not have the capacity. So if the local government chairman do not have the capacity, or a leader, why was he in the first place elected as a local government chairman? Why not we empower them? Why not we equip them? If they do not have capacity, and you know there's a capacity gap, and as leaders within the state, train them. We have experts that can train them to deliver the services to the rural people. The same people, they go to campaign and ask for their vote. And after winning their vote, now they want to equip them. And they are saying, no, they don't have the capacity. That was what the former governor of Edition, that was Adams Oshomole, was saying on air, that the local government do not have the capacity. And he was emphatic about it. So we don't have a system that's really working. We don't have a system in which the politician or the selected few use it as a point in which to siphon fund. Now, if you say I'm autonomy, like if you give me autonomy, you should allow me to be accountable for the resources you give to me. If I empower my managers in the office, I said, okay, run this project. I will empower you and give you the money. I wait for you to come and give me an account on how you spend the money. But this is not the case. That is all we will supervise them. I agree they are meant to be supervised. But are we really running a federal system that allows the local government to function on its own and provide the necessary infrastructure and provide the necessary security? This is a far case from what we have today in Nigeria. However, it is doable if all hands are on deck. I still come back to the point of vision. I still come back to the point of what leadership gap. If we are all willing, we can build a robust healthcare system in Nigeria. But everybody must come on that and walk the talk and hold ourselves accountable. We have a blueprint which we can hold ourselves and we can measure our progress. In Lagos, which I keep referencing, right? I've spent 30 years in Lagos within the healthcare space. I can tell you that this is right from what Idris, Dr. Idris, who was the commissioner for health in Lagos State. You can clearly see milestones of deliverables all throughout his period of about 16 years as a commissioner for health in Lagos State. Then came the next commissioner for health. You can trace what they are doing. The same thing also with I think Ogun State has also key in, but I've not had the time to go around. I don't know what Oyo State is also doing the same thing. Then what about the Far North? Which is a far cry, like in the northern states, where at times if you go, you look at the primary care health center, you see, you can't imagine your kid or your daughter or son going to that place. Infant mortality rate is so high. Why? Because the system is not working. They are not making policy statements that are not what actionable.
I think that's quite a brilliant submission. Earlier on, you spoke about the role of the PPP in actually strengthening the primary health care system in Nigeria. But my worry here is the poverty level at the rural area. Will you have rather agreed to government actually channeling this 1 trillion into health insurance scheme to enable those rural dwellers to patronize private participation in that sector?
Wonderful idea, wonderful innovation. You know, the world today is about innovation. Now, if we come out and say, okay, fine, if we channel it because of the poverty level, whoever is coming to play within that space, understand that you're going to deal with people who really do not have what, may not have what, cannot pay out of pocket. If a certain percentage of that amount of money is channeled through health insurance, but the health insurance can only function where you have a functioning primary health center. So a part of that fund also should be used to equip those places. Then if the private sector comes, assuming I decide to invest it, I will know that, okay, the government is paying X amount of money. But mind you, it has to be sustainable. The policy has to be sustainable. Not when a private sector person comes in, one government comes in and suspends it. We had what happened to the scholarship that was given to some healthcare students who went abroad to school. A different government came and suspended, and our Nigerian, our colleagues, and some of our students were stranded. They started crying to the news media like you, where I don't know whether they eventually intervened. Some of them were left stranded. They were not allowed because a different policy, a different government was in power. In this case, if it can be worked, if the actors, the stakeholders that are within this space are called into the bottom, and there is a workout plan, why not? But you know what? These guys will not want to do it because they know there may not be money there on the table for them to share. I say it with every sense of responsibility because there are empirical data out there where project has been awarded and yet implementation is not done and nothing has happened about it. The people are busy walking the streets because what? These projects were given to their political friends or political fathers. Let me quickly mention, during the COVID-19, a lot of centers were set up for the COVID. Many equipments were brought in. What are those equipment? Across virtually most of the federal teaching hospital, beds were brought in at a treacherous price because during the COVID period, the developed country didn't want to export their beds or their equipment to other countries because they were keeping those equipment for their own use. But somehow some of those equipment through government intervention came in. What are those equipment today? What are the centers? Have those equipment, have they not moved to some private hospitals? Where are those equipment that was brought in? So much was spent during the COVID. In Lagos, they set up a lot of centers with the hospital beds. In Bagada, we have it. On the Koroduro, we have so many of them across the school. Where are those equipment? Where are the ventilators? Where are the hospital beds? Those beds, if those beds have not been taken by someone, they should be channeled to a private health. That would do a lot in the primary health care center. But they are nowhere. That money has gone to what? Gone to what? I don't know. But no one is accounting. No one can be held accountable for it. So I think, like I said, if the money can be channeled into health insurance, who will help alleviate the pain of paying out of pocket because the people don't have it, and there's a clear implementation plan, transparency and accountability and sustainability, this will go a long way changing our healthcare system. If only the actors and the principal really want it to work.
Much, Doctor, for speaking with us today, Dr. Austin Egigong, who is a co-founder, CEO, Papercare Healthcare Limited and Brand Matrix Consulting Limited, and also Leadership and Performance Management Institute. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge that you have brought on today as we discuss the issue of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria.
My pleasure having you. Thank you so much for having me. Have a wonderful day.
We do hope that the Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Ali Pate, will put his eyes to scrutinize what is being done or what will be done with the 1 trillion naira that the federal government has approved to improve the primary healthcare centers across the 774 local governments in Nigeria. There are over 34,700 primary healthcare centers across the country, and this money is also to train 60,000 healthcare workers. So as we do that, we implore the local governments to lend every support they can, and also the traditional rulers, that those who were being posted to those healthcare centers will work there happily and not be in a hurry to run away and return back to the urban centers. Having said this, let's hear what you're saying on Post and Perspectives.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in the British Secretariat, which is now the Federal Bureau of Justice, was built in 1906. Has seen of Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more
Welcome to Post and Perspectives. My name is Swift Adirito. If you're wondering what this is all about, basically it is the feedback of what you say to us. We want to read out because we care about you and what you say and what you, especially those of you who take out your time to go to our social media platforms to comment. Don't forget, we are on every platform at Souq News TV. So let's jump right into it. So the first comment for the day comes from Joe, and Joe says commitment. And of course, this one is on the topic Tinubu pledges youth empowerment. And this person says commitment in Dioshi. Okay. Oh, that's wonderful. And the next person is Godson, and Godson says, we will nala. I don't understand. I'm so sorry, man. And you say May 2023, bunch of lazy people always talking and doing nothing. And of course, this is also for the same pledges, Tinubu pledges for youth empowerment. They also, on that Tinubu pledges for youth empowerment, Momo comes in and says, another comic relief from the most clueless, confused government in the history of Nigeria. Wow, all these attacks. Another one again, and this is from Frederick, and Frederick takes his time, and he says, we will. 2 years after election, Tinubu and his crew are still campaigning. 2 important years wasted in attacking Obi. When we will come to actualization. By 2026, they will move from we will to we need. Then it will be, we need another 4 years to clear the mess. Buhari, alias, it would be too late. Make hay while the sun shines. Thank you, Frederick. And of course, the next one we're going to be talking about, which we treated, was FG pumps 1 trillion to boost primary health care. I'm personally very into this. And the first person is Ibukun Tayo Daniel. And Tayo says, I want to see accountability here. Of course, at this point, I am about to engage somebody because I know he's very into healthcare. Let me talk to you, Priye. Priye, what do you think about the healthcare thing? I know you've been discussing it all morning, and somebody is saying, I want to see accountability. Is it important there should be accountability with the healthcare reforms?
Yes, I think it is. That statement, the government should hold it with both hands. And before you read a post that someone was calling the government clueless, I don't think the government is clueless. The government is not clueless because it has some of the most intelligent people in the cabinet. And I can say Ali Party is one of them. But the thing is, if we're hearing the 1 trillion naira for 60,000 health workers, the 50 billion naira for some other training of health workers, the 400,000 health workers that needed to be trained, and the $933 million that we talked about, I think Ali Party should make sure, because even though the buck stopped at the president's table, history is going to demand accountability, and Ali Party will be known as that who occupied the seat of the Minister of Health during Tinubu's administration, and he will be assessed based on that. So accountability is a critical requirement.
You see what I said? Accountability is critical. The next comment I have is from Adeyemi, and Adeyemi says, this is commendable if true. It should be enforced to the smallest and the most remote local government. Doctor, let me engage you on this one. I know you are very into, local government, and he's saying, Adeyemi is saying that it should be enforced. That's the money for healthcare to the even the smallest local government. What's your take on that, sir?
Well, I think today when we hear some figures, some people's head trip, and I think that's a big problem here. So trillion naira look big, but when you put it into the 33,000 primary healthcare centers across the federation, what you're going to find is less than 30 million per healthcare system. How this is able to really give a take-off for the healthcare system is leads to be desired. And I think that's why what Dr. said while on the show became really very, very cheering for me, because where there's no vision, energy is wasted. And I think that government must sit down to plan primary health care and look at what we're doing. Okay, we're going to do 3 states per geopolitical zone in a fiscal year, and maybe in 10 years or thereabouts, the primary health care system in Nigeria would have been fully attended to.
Never disappoints, my doctor. All right, so moving on. And also, I have another doctor here. I have Dr. John in the comment section, and he says, this aligns nicely with what we have been championing. He says, enhanced health financing from PHCs has the cornerstone for fortifying the health system. Now, the critical need lies in establishing a robust mechanisms that ensure programs implementation with efficiency to achieve their outcomes. And so the last one on this says 1 trillion is actually small if they want to really carry out this initiative. Let's just say no PHCs in the country presently. Every local government area needs at least a minimum of 3, and we have about 774 LGs. We all know that 1 trillion will be stolen at the end of the day. Blessing, I know you are very, 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 very sentimental towards funds that are put into government and people steal. What's your take on this?
I think every Nigerian should be sentimental about it because it's our collective wealth. So wherever it is going to, we should open our eyes, maybe permit me to use the street word, shine our eyes to ensure that that money gets to the right place. But for those who are saying 1 trillion naira will be stolen, I don't think that that's going to be the case, and I'm hoping it's not the case at the end of the day. For you to steal 1 trillion naira, just all of it, maybe some will be stolen, but a lot needs to be done. Scrutiny, proper planning. Where is this money going to? How many local governments are going to benefit? Let's have the names of those local governments. Let's have the location of those primary healthcare centers. What is going to change in each local government? Then it will be easy for Nigerians and those who are in charge to monitor and say, okay, for XYZ local government and for this number of healthcare centers, we say we're going to buy more beds, we're going to train 10 staff, doctors, nurses, and maybe those who are going to be there to support them. This is specifically what we're going to do, not just saying, well, this is what we're going to use 1 trillion naira to improve. Yes. What are you going to improve? So except we have clearly mentioned things to be done, it'll be hard to track what's happening there.
I love you already. Thank you so much. All right, so the last comment on this says, and this one is from A. Putu, and he says, a commendable initiative, investing 1 trillion in primary healthcare and training 60,000 workers is a step in the right direction. Hopefully, the funds are properly utilized for real impact. Blessing just took that one out of the table. And the last comment session we are having is from Shetima reaffirms Tinubu's commitment to SMEs. And Iyala says, these are the things we need for economic growth. Talking about economic growth, if you and I don't put our hands together, Nigeria wouldn't do well. I'm about to leave you, but don't worry. I'm handing you over to one person that I can trust will make your day. He's the king of sports, and I call him Honorable Chucks. Don't go anywhere.
Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man,
keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Buggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the
Hello and welcome to your program. This is that particular segment where we look for the money, find it, and tell you where it is moving. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and this is Souq Sports. Remember, we are still live on the front burners, and you've gotten the message, and you keep being part of that argument. Now let's go straight to media. Where is it happening? Telia. Now, when businesses don't work, know when to say no if you want to run, or quit. Telco Telia has ended its lengthy search for a buyer for TV4 Media in the deal with the Nordic Media Group, Schibsted. And now that includes TV4 and MTV operations in Sweden and Finland. It did not go as planned. Money's lost, and they said it's enough. Now, when the push doesn't work, know when to change directions. We keep going. Ambassadorial duties, money, Hamilton, F1, Formula 1, and Lululemon. You know them, that beautiful people that make gear for sports. They've hit gold. Canadian athletic apparel brand Lululemon have made its biggest sports ambassador deal till date, and that's getting the signature of Ferrari F1 driver Lewis Hamilton. That is as new as we speak. Big congratulations to Lululemon and big congratulations to Hamilton. Now, for the figures, we've been waiting and calling. Nobody wants to tell us how much. Maybe they are scared. They want to dot and pay tax first before they tell us. But hey, we want to see him on the podium with those gears. Sponsorship is where we go to next. Doctor, I'm coming for you. Crypto wealth platform Nexo. Now they are planning something more beyond sponsorship. They had an agreement in tennis, and this comes after nailing the deal to sponsor ATP 500 tournament at the Mexican Open. They are going further and throwing money around. Who has the deals? Find it. Volleyball World, the World Sports Commercial, they've struck a good deal with virtual advertising provider TGI Sports. So you will see them in your tellies soon. They have gotten a global partnership right. Congratulations to them. Let's get straight to finance. 9 profit despite what happened with Stan, their profit still went down. They posted a 96 million profit in half year, but they are still down 15% because of the event of 2023 to 2024. We look forward to something bigger, and bigger. Money. Now let's get to football. For everyone that has been waiting for what is going to happen with Man City, I'm not that happy, but they made some people lose, but it's all good. 115 charges on that financial issue. Now, if we follow what happened with Everton, Everton lost 10 points. But now with 115, there is this particular speculation that they will lose between 60 and 100 points. If that happens, they are going on relegation. Now, these are the questions. Is Man City going to be able to hold the monies coming from sponsors? Will Man City be able to hold advertisement coming from Stadia Post? Will Man City be able to keep their big players and their manager? This is what money is going to talk about if Man City should go on relegation. That is if the verdict is not positive. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. While we await this verdict, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
All right, from the world of sports, we end the show. Thank you so much for being a part of it by sending your comments to Post in Perspective was great. But for all those who use very not nice languages, I understand the frustration that some Nigerians have regarding how things have been going, but we can only be hopeful for better. And so it should not be good when we use such words on our leaders. Whether you like it or not, they are still our leaders as long as another election has not happened to change those who are in authority. So let's speak good things and hope that Nigeria becomes better even while we constructively criticize. I'm Blessing Daichi. I've been doing the show today with Priya Krumali and Dr. Dausa Osameze.
Well, it's been a nice one. Nigeria is already better. There's so much happening. There are hopes that are high, and I can't wait to leave the set to go take my crypto from Souq, as he has mentioned. So all things are falling in pleasant places, and I think this is a generation that will have the godly heritage.
Okay, some prefaces from the man of God.
Well, I like when Souq mentioned about $96 million a company made that
man talks
profit.
a lot of money.
Maybe that's what I'm going to talk to him about when we leave set. My name is Priya Krumale. Thanks for watching.
Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, It will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him, being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring Dahiru Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department, One will expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you will to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the Federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content, and you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can. If we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
My name is Souq. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which was also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer, with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of the professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, base of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goody, two shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting. in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadilun was excellent. Kunyola Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural Melu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish. That is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first act all on his own from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, they'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years, 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things. Things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se, that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe. She was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. My son, oh man. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they will be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only had connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use.
Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money, right?
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on. Move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, for one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show, today we have another special guest, like we always do, every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, I like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but let him do it. He's none other than Komi
Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled Busking, not Boxing. It's spelled Busking. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking
in this part of the world. Right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start and why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, in this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it and his hat was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing there, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alex C. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
he just
he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy, so anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, again, maybe to chase other things, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. Come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, he's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own busking,
obviously that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. On the island, at malls.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Souq, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's with the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. I do Oshodi too sometimes. I do Solere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Most times if I go to the island.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Common flames, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So, how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth, though.
Any of the malls. Let's say, should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, I can't say for you though. It's depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount, maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently, frequently, is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So do you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So I just
so you just come play.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place, because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front. Yeah, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like thrice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. Mm-hmm. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
It's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done
and
at
I got 3 no's.
They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it. You get?
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
No, if I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. Yeah, and
Obviously.
I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time ago, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said never held a guitar.
No, I said I was learning. Time I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Combo Flames does.
I've been offered for me. Oh, I hope that you are. I see that I touch maybe one more so was anything I did enough for me and you, my friend. How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like saying nobody send you down for that. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, while I was going home, someone in the bus paid for my transport, because he just saw me. I got a new guitar, and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Then he paid for my transport, and he told me, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show. And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. But he said something, and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play, to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. Yeah, and I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, you get, there should be I should be willing to see you again, you get. So it takes a lot of work, you get, so that it does not get
you have to
boring.
keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to going listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay, so it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing,
that does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too. Doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up. She walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
He
might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
True. He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Call me Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, you know. So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs. Yeah, I'm working on them, but currently.
But you just write because busking will not give you time.
No, busking. Of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded.
I do, but it's not currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle.
You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. So many girls on my phone, but now you dey bust my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh baby, you're the one for me. Oh baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life. Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and people.
Good afternoon. It's the midday news on Souq News Television, where we bring you local business, economy, and developmental stories. I am Grace Komolafe. Let's take you through some stories making the headlines. Nigeria seeks $2.23 billion World Bank loan for key sectors in 2025. Equity transactions dropped by 9.89% in January as GDP growth hit 3.40% in the fourth quarter of 2024. Nigeria's ICT sector contributes 17% GDP in fourth quarter 2024, shows slower nominal growth. And lastly, on the top stories, federal government signs EPC plus F contract for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in full. Federal government is set to secure 6 new loans totaling $2.23 billion from the World Bank this year, as the international financial institution continues to support the country's economic and structural reforms. Data from the World Bank's official website indicates this will bring Nigeria's total approved loans to $9.25 billion over 3 years, reflecting a growing reliance on multilateral funding to support critical sectors of economy, including infrastructure, healthcare, education, and economic resilience. An analysis of Nigeria's loan approvals from the World Bank since 2023 under the administration of President Bola Tinubu shows a significant increase in funding commitments. The soon-to-be secured loan targets infrastructure development, health, nutrition, and other sectors of the economy. The Domestic and Foreign Portfolio Investment Report of the Nigerian Exchange Limited (NGX) has revealed that total transactions in equity trading declined by 9.89% to 607.05 billion naira in January 2025, down from 673.66 billion naira recorded in December 2024. The decline was largely driven by a drop in domestic transactions, which fell by 11.71% from 606.91 billion naira in December to 535.54 billion naira in January. In contrast, foreign portfolio transactions saw a positive shift, increasing by 7.13% from 66.75 billion naira to 71.51 billion naira within the same period. This rise in foreign participation came despite the strengthening of the naira, which appreciated from 1,535.81 naira per dollar on December 31, 2024 to 1,478.22 naira per dollar by January 31, 2025. Meanwhile, Nigeria's gross domestic product (GDP) growth accelerated to 3.40% in 2024, up from 2.74% in 2023, marking the country's fastest economic expansion in 3 years, according to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS). The fourth quarter 2024 GDP rose by 3.84%, primarily driven by the services sector. Finance Minister Wale Edun attributed the growth to Nigeria's economic resilience and the success of President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. The NBS also clarified that the figures were based on the old computation method, pending an expected GDP rebasing. Moving on, the Nigerian Exchange Limited (NGX) suffered a 215 billion naira loss on Tuesday as the equities market continued its downward trend. The market capitalization dropped to 67.2 billion naira, with the all shares index declining by 0.32% in 107,781.78 points. Major sell-offs contributed to the slump, with Honeywell flour mill leading losses after shedding 10% to close at 11.25 naira per share. Morrison Industries, University Press, and International Energy Insurance also recorded significant losses. Despite the downturn, Smart Products Nigeria led gainers with a 10% rise, followed by Nigeria Exchange Group and Red Star Express. A total of 363.01 million shares valued at 10.12 billion naira were traded across 13,753 deals, reflecting increased trading volumes but fewer transactions. The market remains up 4.72% year to date. This follows Monday's loss of 231 billion naira, signaling continued volatility in the equity market. And now, National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) says Nigeria's information and communications technology (ICT) sector contributed 17.0% to the country's real gross domestic product (GDP) in the fourth quarter of 2024. This represents an increase from 16.66% recorded in the same quarter of 2023 and 16.35% in the preceding quarter of 2024. Despite this growth, the sector experienced a slowdown in nominal terms compared with year 2023, where the ICT sector grew by 39.57%. In real terms, the sector had a growth rate of 5.90% year-on-year in the last quarter of 2024, which is a slight decline of 0.42 percentage points compared to the 6.32% growth recorded in the fourth quarter 2023. And away from that, report has shown that the cost of borrowing in Nigeria's banking sector continued to rise, with the average minimum lending rate reaching 29.79% in January 2025. This is according to data from the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Despite the monetary policy rate, MPR, remaining at 27.5%, the increase in lending rates raises concerns for businesses already struggling with high credit costs. Economic analysts say the surge in lending rates is linked to previous hikes in the MPR, which has declined steadily from 18.75% in January 2024 to 27.5% by the end of the year. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria (MAN) warns that lending rates for manufacturers hit 35% in second quarter of 2024, further straining production costs. Financial analysts predict further increases in lending rates, citing foreign exchange volatility and double-digit inflation as key factors driving the trend. Maximum lending rates refer to the average of the highest lending rates charged by deposit money banks in Nigeria. And it's time to take a break, but I'll leave you with this. Federal government signs EPC plus F contract for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway projects. This and more will bring to you right after this break. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now, federal government has signed an engineering, procurement, construction and financial EPC plus F contract for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway with High-Tech Construction Company, Nigeria Limited. The agreement allows the contractor, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, to secure foreign investment for the project. This was contained in a statement by the Works Minister's Special Advisor on Media, Uchenna Oji. Speaking at the signing ceremony, Minister of Works David Umahi said the project aligns with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda and has been a long-time vision of the president. He assured that with strong political backing and the contractor's capability, the 750 kilometers highway would be completed before the end of Tinubu's second term. The project is expected to boost economic growth and infrastructure development in Nigeria. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, launched in March 2024, is Africa's largest road project, with its first phase covering 47.7 kilometers in Lagos. The federal government is providing 30% counterpart funding, while foreign investors will finance the rest. Umahi stated that each kilometer of the road would cost 4 billion naira, beg your pardon, and the fourth section is set for completion by May 2025. Similarly, the Lagos State government is advancing efforts to accelerate development in the Lekki Economic Zone with a new Memorandum of Understanding MOU signed between major stakeholders. The agreement, formalized by Lekki Worldwide Investment Limited, Lekki Free Zone Department Company, and Dangote Enterprise Zone, Alaro City, Lekki Ports, and others, aims to boost trade, attract investment, and enhance infrastructure. Lagos Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade, and Investment for Lashade Ambrose Medebem described the move as a significant milestone in unlocking the potential of the economic zone. The state government also unveiled a new initiative, Operation Quadrant Ignite, to strengthen infrastructure and industrialization in Lekki with plans for comprehensive industrial policy LSIP 2025-2030 to attract local and foreign investors. According to Ambrose, under Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Lagos GDP has grown from 27 trillion naira to 41 trillion naira in 4 years, positioning the state as a leading industrial hub in Africa. Stakeholders hailed the collaboration as a game changer, emphasizing the need to reduce bureaucratic hurdles, improve infrastructure, and create a business-friendly environment to sustain economic growth. Still in Lagos, the Lagos State government has announced that full enforcement of the electronic call-up, e-call-up system for trucks will commence on March 1, 2025. The initiative, developed over 2 years, aims to manage truck in the Lekki-Ekpe corridor due to increased industrial activities from the Lekki Deep Sea Port, Dangote Refinery, and other businesses. Deputy Director of Public Affairs Bolanle Ogunlola stated that truck operators were given ample time to integrate into the system, with multiple stakeholders' engagement held to ensure compliance. Enforcement began on January 24, leading to the impoundment of non-compliant trucks. However, recent resistance to enforcement officers prompted warnings from the state government. Special Advisor to Transportation, Shola Giwa, emphasized that the system will prevent gridlock and support smooth operations in the Lekki Free Trade Zone, ensuring an efficient, business-friendly environment. And now the President Bola Tinubu, has called for greater collaboration among security agencies to combat banditry, kidnapping, and armed robbery across Nigeria. Speaking through Vice President Kashim Shettima at a senior police officers' retreat in Abeokuta, Tinubu stressed that maintaining security is a shared responsibility that requires both government support and active community participation. He reiterated his administration's commitment to closing infrastructural and equipment gaps in the police force through barracks renovations, mobility improvement, and enhanced protective gears. The president emphasized the importance of public trust and engagement in policing, stating that no security force can succeed without citizen cooperation. He urged law enforcement agencies to focus on multi-agency synergy in tackling terrorism and other criminal activities, highlighting that a united approach is essential for long-term security stability. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun noted that the retreat serves as a strategic platform to refine policing tactics in line with global security trends. Ogun State Governor Dakmo Abiodun reaffirmed his administration's dedication to ensuring a secure environment for all residents. There is a growing opposition to the 15% increase in port charges by the Nigerian Port Authority (NPA), set to take effect from March 1, 2025. Custom agents, manufacturers, and business operators warn that the hike will raise business costs, increase goods prices, and potentially lead to cargo diversion to neighboring countries. At a stakeholders meeting in Lagos, NPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Dan Soho defended the increase, stating that port authorities rely on operational revenue for infrastructure maintenance. However, industry players, including the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, urged that the hike will worsen inflation and reduce the competitiveness of local goods. Stakeholders are calling for government intervention to ease the economic burden. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, has raised concerns over the tax reform bills before the National Assembly, citing conflicts with the Customs Act 2023. Controller General Adewale Adeniyi identified contradictions in key clauses and urged the Senate Committee on Finance to address them before the bill's final reading. In a related development, the Oyo-Osun Custom Area Command Controller Joseph Adelaja has emphasized collaboration and intelligence sharing to combat smuggling. During a visit from the Nigeria Customs Liaison Office, Cotonou, he reaffirmed Customs' commitment to cross-border partnerships to enhance trade facilitation and national security. Nigeria sees temporary relief in cost of living crisis amid food price decline. And now, let's take a break. We'll return to the rest of the story. Please stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Glad to know you never left. Now to the story. Nigeria's cost of living crisis appears to have eased slightly for the first time since President Bola Tinubu took office in May 2023, offering some relief to households and businesses. Recent market trends suggest a decline in staple food prices, raising cautious optimism about inflation control and potential monetary policy adjustment by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. In February 2025, survey indicates that the price of a 50 kg bag of foreign rice dropped from 110,000 naira to 85,000 naira, while local rice saw a decrease from 105,000 naira to 95,000 naira. The cost of a big basket of fresh tomatoes has also fallen significantly by 70% to 35,000 naira, with similar declines observed in gari, yams, and onions across major cities. However, economic analysts cautions that this relief may be temporary, citing concerns over rising agricultural input costs, climate change effects, and security challenges. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, reports that over 62% of households will face food insecurity, highlighting the need for long-term solutions. Experts urge that governments to prioritize agricultural investment, security reforms, and possible short-term food imports to ensure sustained price stability. And now, Transcorp Power PLC plans to expand its electricity generation shares in Nigeria from 12% to 25%. Chairman Emmanuel Norum disclosed this during the company's annual general meeting in Abuja, outlining a target of 15% by the year end. Despite economic challenges, Transcorp Power saw 115% revenue growth in 2024, reaching 305.9 billion naira. Profits after tax surged 165% to 80.01 billion naira. The company also fully repaid its $215 million foreign currency loan, reducing its gearing ratio to 29.7%. Listed on the Nigerian exchange in March 2024, its market capitalization grew from 1.80 trillion naira to 2.70 trillion naira by December. Also, Transcorp increased power generation capacity from 500 megawatt to 625 megawatt. Looking ahead, the company plans to enhance operational efficiency, invest in grid infrastructure, and leverage Nigeria's transitioning electricity market. It also expanded partnership in West Africa, increasing its power supply to Benin from 130 megawatts to 200 megawatts. And now, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has expressed support for the federal government's proposed tax reforms for free trade zones, stating that the policy will promote fair competition while maintaining essential business incentives. MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi Kadir described the reforms as necessary to align Nigeria's tax system with global standards, ensuring that businesses selling into the customs territory are subject to the same tax obligations as those outside FTZs. However, the Organized Private Sector of Nigeria, OPSN, and the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASEMA, have raised concerns over the potential economic impact. OPSN Chairman Dele Oye warned that removing existing tax exemptions could discourage investment, leading to capital flight and job losses. He argued that businesses might relocate to more favorable markets like Ghana and Angola, urging the National Assembly to reconsider the proposal. While MAN insists the reform is a fair correction to prevent tax evasion, opposition voices claims it could harm Nigeria's industrial growth. The National Assembly is currently reviewing the bill, with stakeholders on both sides closely watching its potential impact on the business environment. And lastly, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has warned against a proposed tax reform bill that could phase out the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TETFund. Speaking at a public hearing in the Senate, ASU President Professor Emmanuel Oshodeke described the plan as a serious threat to the survival of TETFund, warning that its removal could collapse tertiary education in Nigeria. He explained that over 90% of capital projects in universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education have been funded by TETFund in the last 15 years. However, under the new bill, its funding will be gradually reduced to zero by 2030, transferring the funds to Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEN-Fund. Meanwhile, the Nigeria Customs Service has also raised concerns, saying parts of the bill conflict with the existing Customs Act 2023, while the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, has warned that the reforms must not lead to job losses or discourage investment in the oil and gas sector. The Senate Committee on Finance says all concerns raised will be reviewed before the final reading of the bill. And that's it. We've come to the end of the midday news on Souq News Television. Don't forget, we are on YouTube, we are live on Facebook, Instagram, X, and of course on Thread. My name is Grace Komalafe. Many thanks for watching. Have a good afternoon.
Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes when they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. Yeah. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff.
Yep.
So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now. I'm talking
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria. What's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerile, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerile at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names? And what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eon, Femi
Kuti. So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, we don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show and you had the young man who's a busker
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on, you have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content, and and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity, but likewise those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. True. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to pay music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% going to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do we, is it just we talk about it to shed light to it? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art, focus on the business.
On the art. Sort this stuff, get out of the fighting. The money is there, you're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars, we need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way, me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It really costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You hand
Whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You hand it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Naija does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy, please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented, we had North Africa represented, and we had over 500 million views of that show,
Really?
right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter, we were covered in Variety, we were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
Why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February.
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Naija guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs or
all the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US. But it's a Nigerian award. What do you think about that?
Without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa. right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call. That we wanted them to feel and experience that, and that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does
crucial
it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards, we just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what? So digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap. But the technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is our streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching. We're all watching here. True. More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Teach us to number our days, that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that I would take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Today is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, celebrating Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and well-wishers gather to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned, we will be right back. broadcast on Souq News Television. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. He's the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as bishop before his election or elevation as the secretary of conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating of whom to select as the secretary of conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Chukwuemeka Kanushe, really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekuro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately he was elevated as secretary of conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting secretary of the conference, would you say that experience counts?
Experience counts. You must have served as bishop for some years, and I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job. And I think he's in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrant today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever he wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese, Ibadan. Thank you so much for your
Bless
time.
you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Alright, so in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadansi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great, so celebrating the secretary of the conference, so tell us, how can you measure what his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria, and that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church, and he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church to a position of enviable status, and also he has been able to redefine the job of Secretary of Conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
Our Reverend Dr. Batunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across, and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people. And even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a more subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So, in selecting the Secretary of Conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of Secretary of Conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges. Okay. And so, anyone that will be the Secretary of Conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long life and prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadausi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
His light seemed as ruined and wrecked as the battered ship. He was trying to steer through the storm.
Of the original version of the Swedish, beginning with Ostogo, then verse Beskida. Several years later,
verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the people who took the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by praying to God.
Alright, so it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, is what we call it is an egbon to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship. So we have the one he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right? What do you admire in him?
I think it's courage. It's courage, and the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, it's courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry, and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are, first, I think we must establish the fact that if you are called by God, yeah, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, like maybe that's where his passion comes in.
Okay.
He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria. He's an ebullient person, and with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith, and that resonates, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible, and so in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right, so before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him gets to higher grounds. I wish his wife, and who is like an Egbon to me also.
Okay.
So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of boss.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Koida. The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as the prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff of Christ.
He will done songs of devotion for Christian Association in New York 1870. And then Dawn and Robert Glory, where it was.
All right, it is still this Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests, distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this, podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So as his deputy, how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so I mean, you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, you know, if you agree with me, but what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you, he would cajole you, he would try to encourage you, or just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with, but at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done, and just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So would you say that this journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God, because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things, but God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned, and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person should be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants, and that's been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we will be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we'll come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. It's still Souq podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo. I'll take it from the top, Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Bamidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference
Education
Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him, and it's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to listen to you and then come up with solutions, especially when you are in crisis. He's the people's man. He is well loved, and no wonder we call him the new Don. Papa T happened to teach me when I was in the seminary. He was my teacher, and we have a name we call him then. When he's teaching you, he flows, so we say flow out.
Oh, okay.
we call him
flow out. I see. Okay, so at any point, were there a time you felt, oh, I don't think I can work with this person? At any point in time?
Not at all.
Wow.
If I have my way, I will work with him until I retire from Methodist Church Nigeria.
That's great. So tell me how, if his journey so far reflects the value and the mission of Methodist Church.
Come again.
So I asked, his journey so far, would you say it reflects the mission and the vision of Methodist Church Nigeria?
Of course.
So tell us about it.
Of course. If we have to trace his life, when I say his life as a Methodist, I think Methodist Church Nigeria is lucky to have a bishop like him. He has attracted so many things, so many positive things to the church. So you can see the crowd in there. That's the testimony of the kind of person he is. Like I say, he's a gift to the church, and we are proud of him.
Thank you very much. So what do you wish him today? What do you wish him today?
All the very best life can offer. And then many more gracious years ahead. And when the fullness of time comes, we shall all meet over there. in heaven, including you.
Amen. Amen. We look forward to that. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
We appreciate
Thank you.
it.
God bless you.
Amen. And you
All
too.
right.
So again, we have someone special right on this side, and he will be shedding light into the life of today's celebrant. And he is the Right Reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo. It's a pleasure having you.
Very reverend.
Okay, very reverend. Pardon me. So you can tell us more. Let's meet you again.
All right. I am very reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo.
Okay.
Head Media and Communications. Methodist Church, Nigeria.
Great. So tell me, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
Yes, he's my boss, my direct boss.
Okay.
In fact, he is one of the arrowheads God used to bring me to the media office, and he had been a close ally and friend, so that he will give me counsel and advice based on what to do in the office. And he's a father, he's a mentor, he's a pragmatic leader. He's very, very, very eloquent and very, very widespread. In fact, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had traveled through the East and also to the Middle Belt and have been a bishop of the Igbo people.
So I see you people call him Papa T, so let me call him now. Papa T is celebrating 60. What does that represent to you as someone working close with him?
Yes, like I said, Papa T for everybody means a different thing.
Okay.
For us, we copied it from his equals because he always tried to play the role of a father even while he was young, and then he has a baby face. Of course, you can see that at 60, he's still looking more like someone who is around 40, 45, 50, you know. So I call him Papa T because I feel it very comfortable for me because he plays the role of both father, boss, friend, and everything.
So as the Secretary of Conference, Methodist Church of Nigeria, what would you say he's doing differently?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, he is one of the oldest bishops as at the time he became the Secretary of Conference. That's one thing that you can't take from him. And then he is also the only sitting SOC who is celebrating 60th on the seat. And then, like I said earlier, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had pastored the Igbo people in Umuahia East and had been in Edo Delta, and then is also a bishop here in the city. So he is well traveled, and he is one of the most connected bishops who actually brought in the C.C. Williamson training of Methodist connection to Nigeria. And he's well connected both outside and internally. He is highly connected. In fact, as at the time he came in at a very time where he came with the prelate. We refer to him as the SOC New Dawn. You know, the church was indebted, but then he didn't close his eye from it. Neither did he close his eyes from supporting the prelate in development. So he's quite a very specific bishop who is interested in the growth and development. So he's using his connections to ensure the stability of the church.
Great. So do you see yourself in his shoes in the near future?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
In the near future, we don't say now.
Yes, I wouldn't say that because you see, there are shoes that you will project to sit on. And I think I really don't envy the seat of an SOC at all. Yes, because the work there is so much. It's beyond just ecclesiastical and pastoral. It is beyond administration. It has to do with understanding history, understanding administration, and then taking serious risk, because the truth is you are just like the shock absorber to whatever happened. The prelate is an ecclesiastical head, and the SOC is the administrative arm. So he takes some decisions and he works based on canonical obedience. So whether good or bad decision by the prelate, he is the shock absorber. So I see things just from a pastoral way. So I could actually just say, okay, maybe leadership.
Okay.
But when it comes to SOC, it's administration.
Okay, so tell us your wish for him today.
Wow. Seriously, I wish him good health, long life and prosperity. And above all, joy and happiness, because that's what I derive anytime I see him and his wife.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much for your time.
You're blessed.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Alright, so we have another special guest with us here and she will be telling us more about this celebrant. We have Dame Mawuli Shotubo. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
The celebrant is a brother to me. No, not biological brother, but you can have brothers that are even closer to you than your biological brother. I've known him for over 30 years, and he's been a fantastic person in the ministry. Apart from the ministry, he's very close to my family. There's any time I call him, it's very handy, and he has a fantastic wife too. I thank God for him.
Great. So as the Secretary of Conference for Methodist Church, what would you say are those special things that he has been doing?
Special?
Yes, those special things he has been doing as a Secretary of the Conference.
Well, as the Secretary of Conference, I think he coordinates all the ministers under him. He coordinates everything in the church, and everything the patriarch does, he coordinates it. You know, he's in charge of the Methodist at the conference level, and he's doing the work very well. May God continue to be with him, guide him, and show him direction.
Amen. So you mentioned earlier that aside from being a brother from the church, he's also related to you outside church. So looking at his leadership skills in the church and his involvement with the family, you know, how would you weigh this? If you want to measure it, how would you weigh it?
Naturally, I think he has a fantastic leadership quality. God blessed him with that. So we should just continue to pray for him. He's holding the fort very well. And our prayer is, you know, it should not derail. We should just continue to pray.
So what do you wish him as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee?
Well, I wish him a very, very glorious return. As he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee, by God's grace, he will celebrate 70, 80, 90, 100. And the Lord will grant him all his heart desires. The Lord will bless him, bless his family, continue to uphold him as he continues with his work as the Secretary of the Methodist Conference.
Thank you very much.
Well,
the entire congregation and the entire members of his family are before you this afternoon with their sacrifice of praise and thanksgiving. We thank you most especially for making this day a reality. Accept our thanks and praise in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, for your grace you have bestowed upon his life. Thank you for who he is today. And thank you for all that you have been doing in his life. As he is today, Father, we pray that you accept his thanksgiving in the name of Jesus. because you are our protector, you are our defender, you are everything to us. Father, from this moment, continue to uphold your son. In the name of Jesus. As you are still disciples still this day, Father, we pray for longevity. We pray that your peace will reign supreme in his life, in his family. Surround him with your peace. Continue in you, the author of life, in the name of Jesus. We pray, O Lord, that all it takes to succeed.
And now we have the Right Reverend Dr. Iyang Effiong. He is the bishop in charge of evangelism and discipleship. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
We have a very good relationship. Number one, he's my colleague, my senior colleague.
Okay.
Number two, he is the number 2 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria, the secretary of conference, which I followed him as a number 3 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria headquarters. So he is the secretary of conference, he is in charge of administration, and everything goes through him in terms of administration.
Okay.
So, and working with him is a good thing.
So tell me, what do you admire about his leadership?
But you have this, you cannot predict him when you meet with him.
Okay.
If you stay with him, he doesn't like any word to say. He will say, he will sustain you with a lot of ideas, good ideas. He will advise you. He will also encourage you in a lot of things, most especially concerning the church. It's like he had the whole idea of Methodism in his head.
Wow. So was there a time when you felt like, look, I think I can work with him, or the pressure is much, I just want to take a break? Was there ever a time?
Humanly, there must be a time like that.
Okay.
But as the condition of the work and the policy as a church, you cannot avoid working with one another.
I see.
Because
so how were you able to pull through?
There's no way you work with a human being that you may not have one issue or the other. But a way to manage that issue makes you a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is no way you can not have such things.
All right. So he's celebrating 60 today.
Yeah.
What does that represent to you as someone, the number 3, right, to him? What does that mean to you?
I really thank God for him, because so many people were born the same day with him. I don't think they are alive to see today. So for him to be 60 today is a blessing from God. It's something to celebrate. So for us to come here, we have seen his lifestyle as encourage others, and also an encouragement to me as a person. So I supposed to go home and rest after the national convention, but because of this celebration, I have to come back to Lagos in order to share in this celebration.
So in the position is occupying, let me just ask you this, is it a position that expires, or you just have to be there till God says yes, it's time to move? Do you have maybe 2, 3, 4 years tenure and all of that?
We have a tenure.
Okay.
We have a period of 5 years at the first term.
Okay.
Then if the Lord and the church also decide for you to go further, you move the second term, that's another 5 years.
Okay, so I actually asked this question, so I could ask you, would you like him to come again and again as the secretary of the committee?
By the special grace of God, if the church accepted him to continue the second term, I would love him to continue. But because of this age,
I see.
I would love him to be elevated into the office of Archbishop after his first term.
All right, so tell us your wish for him today as he celebrates 60.
Thank you.
What's your wish for him?
I wish him long life. I wish him good health. I wish him prosperity. I wish him divine connection and other connection that will help him to excel in his ministry.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Bless you. And you didn't tell me your name, but I've told you my name.
Okay, so my name is Grace Komolafe and you are watching Souq Podcast. We take it from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world.
My sister, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, it's a pleasure too.
God bless you.
Thank you, amen.
Thank you very much for coordinating. We appreciate you. The Bishop of the Secretary General of Christian Council of Nigeria, we are very grateful. All the bishops, I salute you and God bless you in Jesus' name. Bishop of Evangelism, thank you so much. You should be resting after this convention, but you did not rest your here physical honor us and the Lord honor you in Jesus' name. Let me thank all the presenters. They have done so well. All the presenters of our meeting today, they have done very, very well. May God bless all of you mightily in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our lay presidents, particularly the lay president of conference, Saide Okechukwu. Ide one. Ide. Thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the lay president of conference, there's no way I will effectively work with the prelate and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past lay presidents that are here, including Sir Lanobutola, who is formerly president of Remo.
And at this very moment, I have a very close person to the celebrant, and she is the very sister of the celebrant. Her name is Mrs. Bolanle Ogunaike. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
Pleasure's mine.
All right. Your brother, so like you mentioned off camera, you said he's your immediate junior brother.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So tell us, how was growing up like?
Oh, we call him Papa T.
Oh, way back.
Way back.
I see.
Because he was born when my paternal grandfather died. So that's where he got his name Babatunde from.
Oh, that's great.
So he is a very gentleman, very selfless. He loved his family dearly. It's someone that he will do anything for his family. I mean, I'm talking about we, his siblings.
I see. So, at any point while he was growing up, would you have thought that he would become someone occupying a special position within the church circle?
Our paternal grandfather happens to be a church catechist with Methodist Church Nigeria.
I see.
My late father is a local preacher, is a chairman or the president of Men's Fellowship, Methodist Church Nigeria. My late mom, Dame Oluranti Abigail Taiwo, she was a staunch Christian, a Methodist to the core. She served in every area of Methodist, starting from Sunday school to Women Fellowship, Lagos Diocese. We are originally born and raised in Ereko Methodist, and same with my brother. So he has, just like I said, Tunde has always been a very gentle one. He is the number 3 in the family. I'm number 2 and the first daughter. And he is one of the peacemaker when things are going rough. He's the one that will stand in gap and say, please, let's be peaceful about this. So he has always had the trait of being a reverend. And he loves to pray. He loves to pray. So I honestly know that he didn't make any mistake when he decides to be a reverend.
I see. So you obviously he has been so grounded looking at the history of your family. So I mean, it's in the blood.
It is.
It's in the blood. But would you say at any point in time you saw him, probably you've ever seen him being downcasted and maybe feeling like, oh, we can't do this, or I can't do this at any point in time? Or do you see him as someone that is always, up on his feet and no dull moment at any point?
So Babatunde, well, I will call him Babatunde because he's my baby brother. So I have the right to call him by his first name. Even though he's the bishop, he is very pessimistic. He's a go-getter. I remember him telling me one day that in our family, nobody has read up to being having a doctorate degree, and he's going to get it.
Wow!
And he worked hard, and he got it.
Wow!
So I give him kudos for that. He's very focused. When he wants to do things, he gets it done, irregardless of what it's going to cost him. He will get it done.
Wow! So he's celebrating 60 today. What are your prayers for him?
My prayers for Babatunde and his family is to continue doing what he knows how to do best. Serving the Lord. Embrace his family. Never forget his background. Because oftentimes, men of God, because they get overwhelmed with this work of the ministry, they kind of not intentionally neglect their family. So he needs to maintain a balance, a good balance between ministry, home, and his siblings. So I live in the United States.
I see.
And I came for this.
All the way. Wow.
So I feel honored to be here to celebrate my brother.
That's great.
I'm now the most senior out of the surviving children because we lost our brother, which is the firstborn. So I have no other choice than to be there, because if our parents were alive, they will be here.
So your special wish for him today?
I wish him good life, good health, prosperity, and above all, because Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his life? Above all, Papa T, Babatunde Abiodun, I wish you that you don't lose your kingdom race. You don't lose your heavenly race, irregardless of what it takes. Serve the Lord, and serve the Lord.
Thank you so much for your time, though. I appreciate you. Thank you. And so we have Very Reverend Godwin Onovo seated here with us today, and he will also be sharing moments with us about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
By the special grace of God, the celebrant, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, the Secretary of Conference, is a father to me, and incidentally, I work directly with him as the Conference Director of Research Services and Documentation at 2122 Marina, which is the corporate headquarters of Methodist Church in Nigeria.
Great. So having worked with him, I mean, you directly work with him, right? Yes. So tell me, how has his leadership influenced you?
The celebrant is a man of many parts. He's an astute administrator, and is a motivator, he's a galvanizer, he's a strategist, and he's a philosopher, a theologian, a pastor, and he's been a wonderful father. And his style of leadership has been very, very impactful. He's a man that is result-oriented, a man of action, and is a gift to our church.
Okay, so you mentioned his style of leadership. You know, someone could actually have a positive style of leadership, but it's another thing for it to align with the mission and vision of that organization. I want to ask you, his style of leadership, does it align with the vision and mission of Methodist Church?
Of course. He is popularly known as SOC New Dawn, and since the inception of his administration as the Secretary of Conference, the church has witnessed a lot of progress in different angles, and he is a leader that believes in corporate leadership. You know, he samples the opinion of people, you know, walking around him, and so as a result of that, it has made his administration smooth and dynamic, and of course, his leadership style is in tandem with the vision and mission of the church.
All right, so what do you wish him today as he celebrates 60?
I wish him the very best and many more years of fruitful celebrations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen.
Yeah.
The chat here has been super amazing, if you would agree with me. Well, for me, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. Look, celebrating 60 is no small feat at all. That's a huge one, I must say to you. Looking at the environment and a whole lot of things happening around the world, it's no joke. So we must thank God for bringing Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo this far, and like I said earlier, he's going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. But you know what? We need to go. I wish we can take more interviews. I wish we can hear more, testimonial about the celebrant. But hey, we have to call it a day. This is Souq Podcast. We'll take it right from our studio to your destination, anywhere in the world, any day, anytime. I remain Grace Komolafe. Reach out to us via the number scrolling on your screen or through our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Thread, and on X. Yes, until some other time, I would see you again on Souq Podcast. Have an amazing time out there. Bye-bye.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Aigimokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aigimokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aigimokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aigimokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aigimokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aigimokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed, we scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know. Those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Imokwede is back again. Ige Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money into it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to showed that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Paolando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a egusi for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monument Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchant Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta. the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. Famfa Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of Famfa's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by Famfa and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, Famfa, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunso Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet.
Hello, thank you for joining me on the World News on Souq News TV. I am Blessing Aichi. Let's begin from home. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heidikin Lukubiri, says that Africa requires strategic partnerships and investments, not loans, to tackle energy issues, poverty, and drive economic growth. Speaking at the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2025 in Abuja, Lukubiri emphasized Nigeria's commitment to business-friendly policies under President Bola Tinubu. Previously, at a panel discussion at the World Economic Forum, Davos, he noted that Nigeria had €300 billion available in loans for Africa, but stressed that investment, not debt, were key to unlocking the continent's energy potential. An expert has underlined the need for a more structured healthcare system in the country. Speaking on Front Burners Souq News Breakfast Show, co-founder and CEO of Pay Per Care Healthcare Limited, Dr. Austin Iginong, advocated for a model where clusters of primary health centers are linked to general hospitals to improve service delivery. According to him, primary health centers are currently designed to provide only basic medical services, making it essential to integrate them with larger hospitals for better healthcare access.
They are not meant to offer a full-fledged care like the general hospital. They are supposed to serve as a place where people go. Maybe you have cases like malaria, and maybe you need to be treated for. Some of them can even be equipped to take care of what, to take care of delivery, depending on where you have the next general hospital. But where the proximity between the primary health center and the general hospital that is meant to offer secondary care is nearer, the primary health care center will serve now as a cluster. For cases they cannot handle there, they will transfer them to the general hospitals. And for cases the general hospital cannot handle, they will now move them to the teaching hospital where you have all hands can take care of them.
Again, pointed out that strengthening the referral system between primary health centers and general hospitals would ensure patients receive appropriate medical care. He stressed the importance of strategic planning in healthcare infrastructure to enhance efficiency and service quality. On a different subject matter, international finance and economic analyst Mokhtar Mohammed has highlighted the need for Nigeria to develop its digital economy to empower youth and create sustainable jobs. Speaking on the Front Burners, he referenced a report titled Digital Economy, Youth Empowerment and Sustainable Job Creation in Nigeria, presented by participant author Senior Executive Course 46 of the National Institute for Security Studies, NIPS. The report highlights the challenges and opportunities in Nigeria's digital economy, stressing that the youth are key drivers of digital transformation.
That the president is saying that, again, the world has gone digital. We're trying to catch up, but it's not too late to join. And the youth are always they are the ones that lead that way in terms of digital economy. And again, digital economy has become the norms now. It's one of the largest job creation industry in the world. And also Nigeria cannot be left out. And the good thing is that we have a good minister. The Minister for Digital Economy, Bosuanyeni, has been doing very, very well in that regard. So it's good that the president is now adding his voice to it, giving it the necessary backing to make it a policy statement for Nigeria. So for me, I think it's expected. Digital economy is all about the youth. And you know that if you look at the demography of Nigerian population, it's largely driven by youth. So it's a good place to start. But again, there's a lot of challenges that come with digital economy, which has to do with infrastructures and other security challenges that comes with that. That is where the government needs to begin to see how they can match their words with.
Mohammed noted that digital industries are among the world's largest job creators, making it crucial for Nigeria to invest in digital infrastructure. He praised the Minister of Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, for his effort in driving growth in the sector and urged the government to back policies with concrete actions. He also stressed the importance of e-government initiatives in accelerating digital transformation and job creation. Away from Nigeria, Kenya's domestic debt has surged by 1.7 trillion shillings since President William Ruto took office, raising concerns over its sustainability. The National Treasury attributes the increase to efforts to bridge revenue shortfalls and fund key development projects. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi reassured that the government remains committed to fiscal discipline, but analysts warn that the growing debt burden could strain public finances and limit future spending flexibility. To ease reliance on domestic borrowing, the government is exploring alternative financing options, including public-private partnerships, PPP. Meanwhile, the Kenyan Revenue Authority, KRA, has launched a new tax unit targeting small traders in a bid to boost revenue from the informal sector. The initiative aims to streamline tax compliance, particularly in markets like Gikomba, where many businesses remain outside the tax net. By leveraging data analytics and digital tools, KRA seeks to encourage voluntary compliance without imposing excessive burdens. However, analysts warn that resistance from traders could pose a challenge, emphasizing the need for a simplified and transparent taxation process. On economy, a budget standoff has surfaced in South Africa as the Democratic Alliance DA pushes for a 3-month review of government spending to curb the Treasury's growing budget shortfall. Rejecting tax hikes and additional borrowing, the DA argues that identifying and eliminating wasteful programs would free up resources for essential public services such as healthcare, policing, and education. DA finance spokesperson Mark Burke emphasized the need for fiscal discipline, positioning the party's stance in direct opposition to the African National Congress, ANC, the dominant partner in the coalition government. The ANC, on the other hand, has proposed different fiscal strategies favoring policies that may include tax adjustments and increased spending to stimulate economic growth. The disagreement highlights deeper tensions within the coalition over how to manage South Africa's economic challenges. Analysts suggest that the outcome of this debate will significantly impact the country's fiscal policy direction and public service funding in the coming months. In another development, despite global political tensions, G20 finance ministers and central bank governors are set to advance key financial discussions at their meeting in Cape Town. The finance track will focus on reducing the high cost of cross-border payments and addressing risks associated with shadow banking, which could threaten financial stability. Officials are determined to push forward with technical reforms, even as geopolitical uncertainties loom over the talks. Another key agenda item is managing sovereign debt burdens in developing nations, as many struggle with unsustainable obligations. While political upheavals could influence broader negotiations, in the meeting aims to find practical solutions to pressing economic challenges. United Arab Emirates prioritizes financial services as legal reforms. Details coming up after this break. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
You're watching the World News on Souq News TV. Moving on, United Arab Emirates UAE Minister of Investment Mohammed Hassan Al Suwaidi has emphasized that financial services are a top priority for the country due to their strong growth potential. Speaking at a conference in Abu Dhabi, he highlighted the need for reforms in company law to enhance the business environment and attract further investment. Al-Suwaidi stated that improving regulatory frameworks is a key focus for the government to strengthen the financial sector. This aligns with the country's broader strategy to solidify its position as a global financial hub. The government's push for legal and financial reforms is expected to drive more foreign investment and economic expansion. Still in the Middle East, private equity transactions across the Middle East and North Africa region reached approximately $28 billion between 2020 and 2024, according to research. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt led in deal count, with a total of 356 transactions, mainly in the healthcare, finance, and food and beverage sectors. The markets peaked in 2022 and 2023, with deal values reaching nearly $8 billion each year before declining in 2024 due to a global economic slowdown. Despite the downturn, MENA's private equity sector remained active, recording 68 deals in 2024 compared to 97 in 2022 and 90 in 2023. The total deal value last year stood at approximately $4,970 million, reflecting reduced investment appetite amid global uncertainties. While transaction volumes have declined, the region continues to attract investor interest, particularly in high-growth industries. Elsewhere, Turkey is increasing its egg exports to the United States following a severe avian flu outbreak that has led to the culling of approximately 150 million birds. The crisis has caused a major egg shortage and driven prices up by as much as 95%. To meet rising demand, the Turkish government has approved expanded shipments. Ibrahim Afyan, president of the Egg Producers Central Association, stated that an initial shipment of 15,000 tons of eggs will be sent by 4 Turkish companies, with more firms potentially joining. The eggs were transported in refrigerated containers to maintain freshness. Last year, Turkey exported 200,000 tons of eggs to 55 countries, generating $460 million. This year, exports are expected to reach $500 million, driven by U.S. demand. While concerns remain about potential supply shortages in Turkey, especially ahead of Ramadan, Afyan assured that domestic production capacity remains sufficient. Singapore's Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation, OCBC, reported a lower than expected fourth quarter net profit of $1,690 million Singapore dollars. Missing analysts Analysts estimate $1,810 million Singapore dollars. Despite this, the bank announced a $2,500 million Singapore dollar, approximately $1,870 million United States dollars capital return plan, comprising special dividends and share buybacks. OCBC's net interest margin fell to 2.15% from 2.29% a year earlier, and return on equity declined to 11.8%. The bank projects mid-single-digit loan growth in 2025, but expects net interest margin to weaken to around 2% due to anticipated U.S. Federal Reserve rate cuts. Chief Executive Officer Helen Wang cited global trade tensions, including U.S. tariffs, as potential economic risks, but expressed confidence in Southeast Asia's resilience. OCBC's stock fell as much as 2.8% following the earnings report, underperforming peers DBS and UOB, which both posted stronger results. And now Egypt has led the Arab world in international project investment in 2024, attracting nearly $30 billion across 122 projects, according to a report by the Arab Investment and Export Credits Guarantee Corporation. This accounts for about one-third of all foreign project investment in the region. As the third largest Arab economy, Egypt continues to attract significant investor interest, with the United Arab Emirates leading at nearly $12 billion, followed by the United States with $10 billion and $300 million. Saudi Arabia ranked second with $17 billion and $600 million in investments, while the UAE came in third at $13 billion and $300 million. The total value of foreign-backed projects across the Arab world reached nearly $80 billion, driven by oil, gas, and renewable energy ventures. Up ahead on the world news, South Korea's fertility rate rises for the first time in 9 years. Stay tuned for details. Preliminary data from Statistics Korea has shown that fertility rate increased in 2024 for the first time in nearly a decade, reaching 0.75%. The rise follows a record low of 0.72% in 2023, which marks the 8th consecutive decline. Since 2018, South Korea has been the only OECD country with a fertility rate below 1%. Government efforts to boost birth rates included policies promoting marriage and family life, and the now impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol declaring a national demographic crisis while proposing a new ministry to address the issue. Meanwhile, China has accused Taiwan of trying to give away its semiconductor industry to the U.S. for political gain. This follows reports that Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, TSMC, is in talks to acquire a stake in Intel, though neither company has confirmed the claims. China's Taiwan Affairs Office alleged that Taiwan's ruling party is using the chip sector to align with foreign interests, while Taiwan dismissed the accusations, reaffirming TSMC as a key national asset. Amid U.S. pressure to shift chip production stateside, Beijing warned that TSMC could become the United States semiconductor manufacturing company. Taiwan, however, pledged to work closely with its industry to maintain its global tech leadership. In another development, China International Capital Corp, CICC, and China Galaxy Securities are set to merge, creating the country's third largest brokerage with $193 billion in assets. The state-backed deal, expected to be announced in the coming weeks, has received regulatory approval and will proceed through a share swap. This move aligns with Beijing's strategy to consolidate its $1.6 trillion securities industry, strengthening local firms against global investment banks like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Following the announcement, CICC and Galaxy shares surged by their daily limit of 10% in Shanghai, while their Hong Kong stocks rose by nearly 20%. The merger follows recent consolidation efforts, including Gota Junan's acquisition of Haitong, as regulators push for globally competitive investment banks amid economic challenges and market uncertainties. We move now to the U.S., where President Donald Trump has launched a national security investigation into tariffs on copper imports aiming to boost U.S. production. The probe, led by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick under Section 232, targets reliance on foreign copper, with China, Canada, and Mexico as key suppliers. The administration argues China is trying to dominate the markets, making copper essential for electric vehicles, EVs, military hardware, and energy critical for national security. The move adds to Trump's sweeping tariff agenda, fueling market uncertainty. While stocks have dropped for 4 days, U.S. copper giant Freeport-McMoRan saw a 5% rise. The White House says tariffs will protect domestic refining capacity, but consumer confidence is falling amid fears of rising costs and trade disruptions. Still in the U.S., the President, Donald Trump, has announced plans to replace the EB-5 immigrant investor visa program with a new gold card that would grant green card privileges and a pathway to citizenship for $5 million. The EB-5 program currently allows foreign investors creating U.S. jobs to gain permanent residency in the country. Trump said the gold card would attract wealthy individuals to America, and he promised revealing further details in 2 weeks. Let's touch sports before wrapping up. Brighton, Crystal Palace, Chelsea secure wins in Premier League midweek action. Let's bring you details in a bit. In the world of sports, the English Premier League played 4 midweek features on Tuesday, 25th of March, as the 8 teams involved battles to improve their positions on the league table. Brighton versus Bournemouth ended in 2-1 victory for the Seagulls, as João Pedro slotted in a penalty early in the first half. Justin Kluivert equalized in the 61st minute of the game before Brighton's English forward Danny Welbeck scored the winner late in the 75th minute. Meanwhile, Crystal Palace defeated Aston Villa in dominating fashion, winning the game by 4-1. Ismaila Sarr scored a brace before Eddie Nketiah sealed the game, scoring the 4th goal for Crystal Palace. Wolves lost at home to Fulham 2-1 in a very tight game at the Molineux Stadium, while Chelsea showed their dominance against Southampton with an emphatic 4-0 victory. Several other games were played on Wednesday, 26th of March, to conclude this midweek fixtures. And as a package for the World News on Souq News Television, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms with a handle at Souq News TV. Many thanks for your time. I am Blessing AHA. Please stay with Souq News TV. Good afternoon.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from God, says the Holy Book. Among the many blessings of life, marriage stands as one of the most cherished. Today we gather to celebrate the union of Omaka and Augustine, and wedding bells rings as it marks the beginning of a new journey. Family, friends, and well-wishers are gathered together to share in their joy. My name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast, taking it straight from the studio to your destination anywhere in the world. We'll be having conversations, I must say special conversations, as it relates to today's event, and that we will be doing right after this break. Thank you for joining us. This is still Souq Podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. So we have a guest in the house who will be telling us about the couple, the newly wedded couple. Magnus, it's nice having you today.
Thank you very much.
So tell me, how are you related to the couple?
So, Omaka, my dear sister, she's basically the one after myself. So in the pecking order of birth, I was born first. She came after, and then I have a couple of the brother and the sister that came just afterwards. So being the sister that directly comes after me, you can understand the bond that we have. Before the rest of my siblings were born, it was just two of us.
Oh yeah.
Who kicked it out in the world, who did all the hide and seeks and all of those things until the rest of them came. And of course, this relationship carried on and on and on, even all the way to primary school, secondary school. We did all the naughty things our kids would do. Fun things about Maka is she's always loved cooking.
Okay.
And for some reason, she ended up studying law in uni.
Okay.
And then did a backtrack, a 360. Or should I say, is it 360 or 180? No, I won't say one thing. I would say she did a 90 degrees and went to culinary school. And now she's now a
But initially, she do not like cooking.
No, she's always loved cooking.
Oh, she's always loved cooking. Oh, I
so
see. No wonder she decided to go for
It was so
culinary
notorious
arts.
that she would the pots and the pans, take them to the food, come back food to yeah.
I like
affect that
that's all.
things to do this things.
What way?
So just marry I've come to show place
Yeah. Just tell
right.
Thank So again, I bring to you a special man. Oh yes, the father of the bride. And I'm sure he has a lot to tell us about Omaka today. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure. I'm fine, thank you. It's a pleasure having you at this corner.
Thank you.
It's all about Omaka and Augustine. How do you feel today? Tell us.
Wow. I'm excited. So excited. We have been looking forward to this day, which has come. So I'm excited. And I want to thank God for a day like this.
So tell me, what's that thing about your daughter, right, that you just cannot forget, and you're feeling like, oh, she's actually going away. Though we know that it's for good, but then you just have this feeling like, oh, my daughter is going away. What's that thing so special you can't forget?
Oh, she's so special. So special. So she's so close to me. And as my first daughter.
I see.
When I had her, I was very, very happy. And it has been a very easy journey, right from our baby to toddler to teenager to youth, and then to this age of maturity. So there are a lot of stories
about her. So you've been in the journey for so many years. Obviously, I need not to ask about that. But I want to say, what do you have to say to this newly wedded couple?
Well, they are very, very good couples. Very, very good couples. Because when I met the groom first, they don't live in Nigeria here.
Okay.
So when we're making a call, one of these video calls, I saw him. He looks very, very promising.
Okay.
But all I just said that day is that a young man, I can see you over there, but I don't know exactly what you are doing. I don't know exactly what you are doing, but I'll just take it. I'll just keep it to myself that, like, I did not see you. After saying that, when I talked to him again, I asked of his parents, I would like to meet with your parents.
So we'd just like you to share the word of advice, because so we can have more people come and just go and talk about your advice to them.
My couple of advice to them is that they should build their marriage on the foundation, on God's foundation.
Thank you.
By putting their trust in God.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And that's it. That's the father of the bride. Trust me, a lot of people are just in the waiting corner wanting to talk about Omaka and Augustine. Souq podcast is still on, bringing you more interviews about the newly wedded couples in a bit. I told you, a lot of people are out there waiting to talk about Omaka and Augustine, the newly wedded bride. And right here, I have the mother of the bride sitting. And we, of course, I'm also super excited, I must say to you. Hello, it's pleased to have you here, mother. Thank you so much. So tell us, straight to the point, Omaka. I don't know why I keep saying Amaka. Anyways. Amaka. So Amaka.
The child is beautiful.
Her child is beautiful. I love that. And she's actually beautiful. She's a beauty. Okay, tell us about Omaka and Augustine.
Omaka is my daughter. Great. So pretty and so intelligent. She knows what she wants. And she's a very patient person. When she needs something, you would think that she doesn't want it. But she calmly and steadfast, she received it. Augustine too, they have a similar role to play in life. When they find each other attractive, I know the moment I see them, I know they work together because they are so happy with each other. You see Augustine talking to Omaka, you will think that the world is around.
Oh my!
Smiling all the time, making himself so happy.
Love in the air.
Yes. When you see two couples God has blessed, bring together, you will see the radiation of life in them. that is how the two magnets comes together.
So tell me how you feel today, and we're also going
I
to wrap
feel
up
so
with
blessed.
you telling us your wish for the children.
My greatest wish for them, where I did not step, let them start from it. Wherever I ended, let it be their starting point. Success, good things of life, good health, everything you can name of. Above all, I want them to know God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great having you. In case you are just joining us, this is Souq Podcast, and it's all about Omaka and Augustine. We have again at this corner Reverend Gbadebo. He actually did the joining of the couple. It's pleased to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what is marriage all about? I think you really need to go deep into this since you did the joining.
Okay. Marriage is God's plan for a man and a woman. I must emphasize that fact.
A man and a woman, just the two of them.
Yes,
okay.
Not a man and a man, not a man, but a man and that is God's plan.
Okay.
According to the scriptures, to fulfill God's purpose here on earth, which is one, to dominate, to subdue, and procreate, and dominate the whole world, and which we have been seeing man right from Adam and Eve even up till now. And that's the purpose. And the purpose of God for marriage is to one, to avoid sexual sin, to avoid immorality, and then to create an avenue where you can have sex without feeling guilty. Then also, it's also to ensure that the man and woman have a companion, a friend, a comforter at all times. You know, many people in the world today are in the world, in the crowd, but they are alone. But marriage works well. That is where the two of them are friends. But that is very, very vital. And they know what they are doing. And that therefore the purpose of God, they become friends of one another. And that we know that some of the problems we are seeing today that people are facing, which include loneliness, depression, all sorts of emotional issues.
Right. Okay, so a lot of marriages are crumbling today, and we really feel sad because it's a good thing to see people come together and stay together. But by the time we begin to receive reports like, oh, this marriage crumbled, or divorce here and there, we feel so worried. What would you say would be some of these reasons, and how can it be at least reduced, even if we can have that eradicated totally?
It can be reduced, perhaps even eradicated. But you know, when we are in marriage for our own reasons, not for the reason for which the owner of marriage, you know, it's like you going to go and buy a Toyota vehicle and you decide that, oh, this vehicle, I'll run it any way I like, any way I want. It does not work that way. The owner's manual is the Bible. So anyone to succeed, like the preacher said today, you must follow the pattern of God, the order of God, which is one, the man must love. Not just sexual love. Love in good times and in bad times. Love with all that you have. Love as Christ loved. Then woman must what? Submit as unto God. So if the two of them are doing what they should do, then there will no need for divorce.
All right. Give us one word for this newlywed couple.
My word to them is that they started the journey with God, and then continue with God and continue with God, and love one another, respect one another, and also plan to do such a thing like this for their own children together.
For record purpose, before you leave, tell us your name in full.
My name is Reverend Gbadebo.
Thank you so much. Thank
God
you.
Bless you.
Again, we have a friend of the couple. At this corner, it's Souq Podcast, like I've told you before, and we are still on. It's all about Omaka and Augustine. Afoma, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
It's a pleasure having you sitting here today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Tell us about this amazing couple.
I mean, I think the one unique perspective I have about them is that they are individually responsible for me meeting my husband.
Oh, I see.
So the first time I met him, God had invited me and my friends over to a party. And then the second time I met him, Omaka had invited me over to a different party, and then that was when
at different occasions,
like almost a year apart.
So you're talking about how many years now?
So the first meeting was in 2020, second one was in 21. Yeah.
So tell me, what is that unique thing that you just can't forget that's about them?
I mean, I think it's really how close, like how slow and how slowly they've grown close together. I mean, I think initially it was friendship, and then they've just really taken their time. I think that's one thing I appreciate, and I would say about their relationship is that they took their time to get to this point. They have owned their journey. It's been years, 100%, and I mean, I'm not only happy for them, I'm very proud of how they've done that.
Okay, so if you know them this much, tell me something about them, the food they like, the color, perhaps if you do know.
I know that Amaka is an expert in particular kind of cuisine, and then, she's a chef. One thing I find interesting about your relationship is that Gus also cooks once in a while, and then I know Amaka doesn't really like cooking at home. So I think it's a very weird. I think it's one thing I find weird, but I mean that's their dynamic.
All right, thank you so much for your time. For record purpose, could you just tell us your name in full again?
Sure, Afama Ofodiri Karibo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Again, we'll have a friend of the couple in the house, Mavi Akintola. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Just tell us about the newlywed couple.
Well, of course, Omaka and Gus, they're my friends from Abu Dhabi, but I've known Omaka since law school, but I met Gus in Abu Dhabi.
So tell me something special about this couple.
Something special was, we didn't expect them to get married.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so why?
So just because they're just very different people. They don't conform to the norms, and they live life on their own terms, and they're not very traditional, so to speak. So they're very modern, very contemporary. So when they decided that you're going to get married, I was like, wow, hallelujah. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay,
but we're really happy for them. Yes.
So it was a lot of surprise for them.
100%. Yes.
Wow. So your prayers and wishes for them?
Lots of money, good health, long life, prosperity, and a peaceful and a happy home.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Take care.
Again, it's Oyinkan Evans on this side of Souq podcast, and she's a friend of the bride. Hello, Oyinkan.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So pleased to have you here. So tell me, for how long have you known the bride?
I've known Amaka since I think 2011.
Okay.
So that probably makes it 10 years or more. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So tell me something about Amaka.
One thing that I admire about Amaka is that her ability to change and morph into different things. Like, we met in law school, and then she said, she wanted to be a chef, and then she moved to Paris, and then she moved to Abu Dhabi. So I think for me, I can't think of something funny, but that's one thing I admire about her.
So at the point she moved from law into culinary, so what did you think? What came to mind for you?
It was just interesting. I just thought, that's interesting. Like, from law to culinary, and she used to do these dinners for us where we would come to her house in Isheri, and she would cook for us, and she would try different things, or we'll go to our friend Damsel's house, and those times were so great because it was sort of at the beginning of her journey, and we sort of were with her to see that, and now to see where she is, and having creating a menu in a restaurant in Abu Dhabi and opening up a second restaurant. So it's been a journey, and I'm just so proud of her. I think that's what.
As a long-time friend, have you seen Amaka in her downtime, and how were you able to give the necessary support?
I think Omaka doesn't dwell, which is that's why she's a good friend. She might be down, but she's still active. You won't know that she's so sad, and
she doesn't show it.
Yeah, she just moves on. Something's happening, I'm just gonna move on. So yeah.
So your wish for them?
I wish you guys lots of happiness and love, and continue to be friends. and that this marriage will be like the most amazing thing that both of you have ever done. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Alright, again I have another friend of the bride, Kemi or Jenike. Hello Kemi.
Hi.
So pleased to have you.
Thank you.
Tell us about the bride.
Okay, I've known the bride since 2006.
Okay.
We went to school together, and she's pretty amazing. I've sort of seen her evolve. Like, she's very committed to whatever she's doing, very willing to try new things. Such a good friend, and it was just such an honor to be here to celebrate with her. I'm really excited to be here to witness today.
So you would agree with me that marriages, of course, are not always a beautiful roses, like a downtown and all of that. How do you want to encourage this newlywed couple to carry on whenever they have any challenges or something?
Well, I think essentially taking it on as any important project that you would, understanding that it's a lifetime commitment, and giving it your best, being willing to let go of certain things, being willing to compromise, and communicating, ensuring that they understand each other and they listen to each other. I believe that with that, and by the grace of God, I'm sure there's no storm that they cannot weather together. I wish them every success. I wish them abundance, bliss, joy. I wish them resilience. I wish them just everything good that marriage has to offer.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Kemi is wishing you guys everything good. And so now I have with me Damisola Akolade, a friend of the bride,
Yes,
right?
that is
Hello,
correct.
Damisola.
Damisola.
So Damisola, let's go into it. Tell me about the bride.
I've been friends with Amaka since 2006, so that makes 18 years now or so. And she's been an absolutely wonderful friend. We've known each other through poverty and career changes. Amaka is one of the few people I know that is very brave and determined. After our law school period and NYSC, Amaka at the age of, in her 20s, decided she wanted to be a chef, and she took it on with full force. Started from the beginning. That's one of the best things about her. She's very humble. She doesn't mind learning from scratch.
As a friend of 18 years, you experienced the poverty and everything, the progress all together. Could you share a particular moment during the hard time that you can forget?
Well, when I said poverty, we're
not necessarily poor.
We just didn't have
we get that, But it's not the same if you want to look at it.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I would say that we've had experiences where we've had to make sacrifices. So one of the things would be in university, if one of us was broke, the other person would feed us. And then Amaka also started using us as catering practicals.
I see.
And she would invite a bunch of us over to either my house or her house and host and cook for us. So it's been a wonderful friendship over the years.
So your wish for the newlywed couple?
My wish is for you guys to have a wonderful marriage, have a lot of fun. As you see perfection in each other already. So maintain the magic, don't let life get in your way, and keep on improving and just being the best you can be.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
I think I love that part. Maintain the magic. Now it's time for the in-laws. Yeah, we'll be having them coming in one after the other. Right here I have with me Ese, a sister-in-law to the bride. Hello Ese.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. So tell me how you feel today.
I feel excited. I feel overjoyed. I'm grateful to God for this day. This day we've been planning and now we are here. I can't express how joyful I feel.
So as a sister-in-law, what has been the experience with the bride?
With the bride. Wow. My experience, she's very fun, she's very jovial, she's very caring, very kind, easy to speak to, she listens to you, very she's very calm in everything, even throughout the wedding planning, very calm. Yeah, she's have a very calm personality. Yeah.
So as an experienced person, you were married for a couple of years.
Yes.
You would have one experience or the other already that you think, oh, perhaps this I'm not supposed to have addressed this in this particular way. I mean, such would you like to advise them in advance? You know?
Oh, okay. So my advice would be before you speak, think, because sometimes when you are angry, words can just come out and then you regret it afterwards. So whatever you're doing, always think before you speak. That's my advice. Think before you speak.
Think before you speak. That's very crucial. So your wish for them?
Oh, my wish for them. My wish for you is that you have a joyful, a blissful, a fun, exciting marriage. Marriage has ups and downs, but remember that through your difficulties, work through it together. And like I always tell you, always remember that God is the first. Once you put God in your marriage, everything else is secondary. I wish you all the best. I wish you a life of fun, happiness, load of experience, and I pray that your marriage will be as joyful and as fruitful as mine has been for the past 5 years. And I want to say congratulations to Omakara and Gus, and I pray that God will sustain, keep you, and I can't wait to carry your baby.
And you want to go for Uber, right?
Of course.
All right.
Uber, yeah, we come.
Uber, here she comes. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In case you're just joining us, this is Souq Podcast, and like I would always say, we take it right from the studio to your destination, anywhere in the world. Well, I remain Grace Komalafe, but my name hasn't changed yet, and I have the brother of the groom. Yes, let the men do their thing this time. It's ladies. It's time for the men to do the talking. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I want you to start by telling us your name.
So my name is Cyril Ojotuliacholo. I'm the older brother of the group.
Great. So tell me about your brother. Or you tell me
About my brother. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I've known him his whole life. He's one of my favorite people, obviously. Very, very fun, very kind-hearted, very... just a great person, I'd say, generally. And I'm not just saying that because he's my brother. You can see all the people that showed up to support him today. And obviously I'm very proud of him and proud of Amaka, of course.
Okay, so a lot of people have actually talked about, say so many beautiful things about the bride, about the groom. But because he's a brother, so I'm sure you already know everything from brother, even to today, older. So tell me about those naughty periods,
Okay. Yes, very naughty. He was a very naughty child. Yes.
Okay,
we had a lot of fun growing up. We got into a bit of trouble now and then, but it was always a good time with the family. And I mean, I would spill too much beans about him, but he's always been the baby of the house. So he's actually the youngest of my parents. So he's always the baby of the house. So he got away with a lot of things. So you can see how free he is now because, But all jokes aside, he was a great brother, a great kid growing up. We went to school together as well. So, we kind of spent all that time together, both at home and at school. And, nothing but positive things to say about him. He always brought life to whatever situations we were in. Yes.
Okay, so let's get a bit serious. Let's talk about support. How much of support do you think a couple need to keep them going, especially from the family?
Oh yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm sure they will tell you they need all the support they can get. I think that's always the case. I think everybody does, regardless of your circumstances. I think for them in particular, they do need the support, I'd say, of their family, obviously, their friends, their whole community. I think they have that already. They seem to, at least, I think it's pretty much on display here today. And I think my advice to them would be to continue to rely on that going forward, right? They're going to need it. Hopefully everything goes smoothly, but even when things are going smoothly, it's always good to have people around you can turn to and who will celebrate with you and rejoice with you in the good times. So, my advice to them is to continue to take advantage of that as long as they have it. I wish them all the best. I wish them continued love and happiness, and success in all their endeavors. Long life, blessings in their family, all the things they wish for themselves, basically prosperity, health, all of that love. And many more years of joy and blessings.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you. And now the very main man of today, the man of the day. Of course, no other person but the groom. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
How do you feel being weathered today? Please tell us.
As my people say, it's an auspicious day.
Okay.
So what can I do? I'm just happy to be here. They say you go and you find a wife and you found a good thing.
That's it.
I found a good thing, and they said, do right by her. So I'm actually.
And you just did.
I'm excited.
So tell me, what was that attraction? What attracted the both of you together?
I don't want to show you some secret messages that were shown, but it was attraction at first viewership. I saw her and I said, you know what, this is the one, this is the person, and thanks be to God, we're here.
So I've actually interviewed a couple of people, your friend, her friends, and all of that, and somebody actually mentioned that at some point they didn't believe you guys were going to get married. Kind of really surprised that, wow, are they really getting married? So tell me, aside the fact that you decided to take that decision, were there any point where you feel, maybe it's not just the right step to take?
Oh no, the point was never with her. It was with me and marriage to begin with. But
I see.
As you grow, you mature, and you start making realizations and coming to key moments, and the minute I crossed the threshold of okay, it's time to get married and be a responsible man, as they say. I knew what I had to do, and I knew who I was going to be with, and the rest, as they say, is history.
What are those special moments while you guys were still on the road before you got very, very serious? Those special moments you remember and you can't just forget?
Like 2 days ago, when I married her traditionally.
Just 2 days ago.
And then 2 days before that, when I married her in the court.
Okay.
And then before that, we've had a good time. It's been a good number of years now.
Her best food, her best color, her best.
Ask me a question that
no, now let's know.
I don't want to say one now, and then my guy at the top
will say
another one.
Are you sure?
Her best color is whatever color she says.
Okay.
Her best food, whatever food she
Look at this is this is not accepted. But okay, we're just gonna let it go. So, tell me, where do you see yourself in, let's say, in another 5-10 years?
Another 5-10 years, Hopefully not here right now because.
No, this is a reception.
Yes.
It's a wedding.
But happy with my wife and hopefully maybe 1 or 2 children, depending on how God wants to bless us.
How about 4 or 5?
Again, depending on how, if God wants to give me a 4 or 5, if He should give me like 4 or 500 million,
oh great,
go with it.
All right.
4 or 5 more patience and
that's it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming today, and we wish you a very beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Again, and I have with me another friend of the group. His name is Desmond. Hello, Desmond.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure. And how do you feel today having your friend, getting married?
I'm really happy for Desmond. I'm happy that he's found a partner, a life partner, and then I pray for him and his marital journey, and I'm sure that he's going to be fruitful.
So for how long have you known Augustine?
I've known him since 1999, so that should be about
time.
25 years.
Okay. So what has been the experience like?
Augustine has been a very fantastic friend. So Augustine is a reliable person, and he's someone that you can count on. I've always counted on him. And there's one thing that is very peculiar about Augustine. Augustine is a connector. What I mean that he's very friendly. He has so many friends across board. Like, he he easily makes friends. So even some of the friends I have today who have come to be my very good friend are some people who I met through Augustine. So he's just a very jovial fellow.
Okay, so tell me, because you've been friends for so many years, about 24, 25 years, did you ever fight? How do you resolve?
I don't have any history.
You can't even think of one.
I don't have any history of any serious rancor. Because the thing is like, yeah, of course there would have been each times maybe you would have probably argued. You know the thing about knowing someone from a very young age, you seem to have quite a good understanding of the person. So there isn't really that room for so much rancor. So we always find ways to like resolve things. So if let's say I find Augustine right now he's pissed off with me about something, I'll probably push him like, why you angry? What's that? And he will just smile. So those are the kind of things.
He's lying. He's
lying. I said the good ones, guys. I don't want to.
So you see, that means you actually have a cockroach in your cupboard. You actually cover it. Did you just hear him say you're lying? Is that something you are supposed to tell us that you are not talking about?
There's nothing that I'm telling. Everything I'm telling you is what you need to know.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Desmond. Thank you. All right, it's still about Omaka and Augustine, and this is Souq podcast. Like I always say, taking it from the studio to your very destination anywhere in the world. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Augustine. So let me start with you. Yes. What was the attraction? Let's start from there. Oh my!
Fine boy.
He's not entirely wrong. I mean, I saw the picture and I swiped right. So that was the first thing.
Oh my! And that has kept you guys together. So at what point, that's been good, right? At what point did you make up your mind to say, oh, I'm just going to go with him right away?
I can't like pinpoint the exact point. But I remember we were taking a walk in Green Island, like I told him before, where we live. And he saw a man who was randomly by the side of the road. And this man was in tears. And most people would just walk by, like it's not their business. But he made the decision to stop, to ask the guy what's going on with him, what's wrong, and to try to comfort him when he realized this was during COVID 2020. And I was shocked because I was like, you don't know this person from anywhere, but you just have the kind of heart where you feel for that stranger. And in my head, I was like, how much more for me? And it's just at that point, one of the points that I would say that was like, yeah, your heart is beautiful, and I want this heart with me the rest of my life.
Oh wow, that's super amazing. Okay, so he's blushing. All right, so I mean, she just mentioned something very special about you. What's that thing that is so special that you think that made you make up your mind you'll be good?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Am I putting you? No, you are. She's here now, so let's say it.
I said it was love at first sight.
Okay.
Not love all the way, but definitely strong attraction at first sight.
Okay.
And then getting to know her, some people have like one defining moment that is like, oh, and this is when I realized. But me, I'm very playful, so I was just playing and then I woke up one day and realized I was in love.
Wow.
Yes.
Just that.
Yes.
So how long?
I can tell you her date. She's lying to you. It was like March 21st, 2021.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then she looked me in the eye so quietly and said, I love you.
Oh my.
Yeah. And I said, I love you.
Too. Yeah. Oh, that's great. So 2021 till date, you're talking about 3 years. Had there been challenges? Had there been hard times? Had there been times you guys were like, I don't think I can do this?
I mean, of course.
So how did you manage?
You just keep choosing. You just decide that, you know what, this is my choice and this is the choice I want to stand by. And it just sort of works in a way that works for us.
So before I ask you guys about your wishes, of course I know you're wishing yourself the best, but we just want to hear you say, now you're going to turn away and she's going to mention, tell me your color. I've asked this before.
What color?
Your best color.
Yes, please.
No.
Let me hear our answer to this. Actually, thank you very much. Thank you.
And you are going to tell us her best
color. I don't even know that he has the best color. Let's not even go. However, He wears like dark colors. He wears blues. He wears a lot of blue.
Okay.
And he wears a lot of blacks as well. And it's very strange.
That's about 3 colors already.
I'm telling you, there's no specific color that is his favorite color.
Okay.
That's ourselves this question.
Maybe after today you're gonna make a decision. You're gonna decide
maybe
one.
he's
Come too far to make a decision.
Okay, so to you, I just want you to turn away. So you don't do like this. What's her best food?
What's her best food?
Yes.
I say her best food is the food she cooks. That being said, she does love a good fisherman's soup and swallow and banga, something with obstacles.
Oh, really?
You have to cross them, you have to hop to.
Is that true?
You have to hop to your nourishment.
Oh yeah. Is that true? Is that true?
Answer the question.
Yeah, I do love banga. Banga I really enjoy.
He got it. Okay, so your
But
wishes.
I also like plantain.
She also loves plantain.
Plantain is not food, though. Plantain is accompaniment.
Okay, so let's wrap it up by you sharing your beautiful wishes.
Right?
Yeah. Just share.
You can do for both of us, no? What is this? As a man.
Okay. What is what our wishes?
Yeah.
What can we wish for again? But long life and a fulfilling marriage filled with love, happiness, and the 20 children the MC said 2 days ago. We don't want that.
I said 4 though.
We want the 2 or 3 that she accepted.
Okay,
she said 2, I said 3.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you. Do you have something you want to say to beautiful women that are hoping and trusting that someday it will come?
I'm
just sorry for you. My own is
You will say your own. Your own are finished. Okay.
I mean, it's a choice, no? If you want it, you have it. If you don't want it, that's also fine. It's just, you choose.
All right. Thank you. It's so good having the both of you at the podcast corner for Souq News Television, and we wish you all of the best. Beautiful marriage.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
And again, we'll have another special person at the side of Souq Podcast. It's still all about Omaka and Augustine, and she's no other person than Joy Femi Wash. It's pleased to have you. Okay, so because the bride is your niece, I'm sure you have a whole lot to talk about. So share with us about the bride.
Okay. As an auntie, they grow up in my hands.
Oh, great.
Practically, I trained them in what they call education. They started learning how to speak from me. They started learning how to read from me. I was auntie that they will never forget.
Wow, that's so amazing. And tell me, those days while growing up, did you really see the future knowing that something beautiful is going to come out from such a child?
Yes, because she's a child to be with. When she was born, looking at her, she was very beautiful. And she was very promising. She's intelligent, very capable. Whatever she wants, she will find it. And she grew up in my hand as a baby. She became my chief bridesmaid.
Oh, that's very
chief bridesmaid.
Oh my!
And aside from that, the mother and the father, the one that gave me education, what they call, they sent me to the university, trained me at the university. What I am today can be.
That's great.
And they love their aunt. And aside from that, I know from
Thank
my
you.
heart.
That's great. That's really good to hear, I must say. So, because you have a lot of experience now, you've been married for years. So what advice do you have for this newlywed couple?
Okay. Patience, dedication, determination, investment. They should invest into their marriage. Investment in the sense that they should work each other. They should support each other. They should work to get the best for each other. It shouldn't be a standard. They should work in harmony. trusting each other, believing that whatever each one has is for them.
So your wish for them?
My wish for them is that we live blissful marriage, married with friends, married that we will have children. That's the wish. Because it's what they desire.
That's it. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you coming around. Thanks for all the good works you've actually been doing, and also for raising Omaka. Thank you so much. And again, we have Marvelous Orubo here with us to talk about the bride. Because he's a brother to the bride, actually. Hello, Marvelous.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good.
Tell me how excited you are.
I'm actually excited. I'm elated, actually. I'm happy, filled up with joy, and a lot of energy as well. I'm just storing it for when it's necessary to actually express myself. I am actually.
Okay, so tell us about Omaka.
Omaka, like her name says, right? Amaka, like she's very pretty. She's pretty. She will catch your attention from anywhere, right? She's happy. She's filled up with energy. She has a very strong personality, so she stands out. Very expressive. She's not one that you can just shut down or put aside, and like she's the menu, like she's the entire menu, right?
But was there a time that you felt like, oh, Amaka, I really don't like this, and you feel very unhappy with her?
Yes, we've had moments, right, which is normal with family, right? We've had moments, lots of it growing up, especially since she's my older sister, right? I'm the one following her. Like after her, it's me. So we had moments, right? We went to the same primary school, Maryland Comprehensive, and then we both went to Air Force. I joined Air Force GSS2. She was already in senior secondary. So I was in Air Force for 2 years, and she was as well in Air Force. And maybe the Air Force team as well actually was part of the process, because she was part of the cadets then.
I see.
Yeah, we would go out, and then during the period of, I forgot what they called them, but we had this march pass, and she would have to dress up in her military attire. And then back then, I'm not shy to say this, but she used to lap me, right? And so we're sort of close, but we had our moments too where we had them, like you said, we had differences, right? And those differences, which was normal, I'm a guy, right? And she's a lady. There will be times where she wants me to do things, and I have like my own stuff like that, basically. So we had our differences. There were times where I found it annoying, and like I said, she has a very strong personality, so she's not the type that you want to shove aside, like, right? So yeah, we had differences growing up in school, but I always appreciated her. Like I valued her a lot, especially that period where like she sort of paved the way for me, right? Coming into secondary school, like she had friends in senior secondary, and you're Omaka's brother, and I used to always mix up with her friends, and we always used to go home together. So yeah.
Alright, now Omaka is married. How do you feel?
I'm happy. At the same time, I'm actually very happy for her, right? Because it's something that I always used to pray about, right? That she finds someone that complements her, basically, because she has a very strong personality. She's hardworking, she's diligent, she's smart, she reads a lot of books. So growing up, she always used to read a lot, like, and then she's also a lawyer, so like, so she speaks, like, she's expressive, right? And she's very fluent in speaking, right? So my prayer was always for her to find someone that complements her, right? A man that complements her, right? And seeing us, I just totally understood, okay, I see why he's the one, right? Because he does compliment her. Like, so even when she's tensed, because she does a lot, right? She's a chef, right? So her personality would always come out, but there's that, you need someone that's there for you, right? For those times where she has it all. She has it all structured, right? But there will be times where she might tend to fall apart, right? It's only normal for a human, right? Yeah, so there's someone that would be there to comfort her and just pull her together, right? That supportive personality, right?
So your wish for them today?
My wish for them today is the love that they have found. I pray never ceases to or never disappears, right? I see the way they look at each other, that spark. And like I said, the personality is the key to it all, right? Finding someone that's your friend. I'm wishing them a happy married life, right? I'm wishing them success, I'm wishing them growth, I'm wishing them understanding, right? Love, passion, friendship. They should never lose out on, right? They should always remember how they started, the moments, the laughters, the downtimes, right? Because there will definitely be, right? And there will be more in the future, right? But the friendship is what will bond them together and keep them strong, waxing very strong. So I wish them a very happy and happy home. Lots of wishes that they wish for themselves. I also wish it for them as well, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The energy here today has been super amazing, right from guests, friends of the couples, and even the couples themselves. It's been so amazing. But you know what? We just have to say goodbye. And so as we're calling it a close on Souq podcast today, I want to remind you that you can reach out to us for all of your full video coverage. And of course, you want a podcast session like this at your event, we are fully available. You can just reach out to us via the number on your screen or through our social media platforms. Once again, I am Grace Komolafe, and until next time, we see you again.
Alright, the training for top-level managers put together by the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, facilitated by African Development Studies Center, has brought several big shots from different parts of the country. Oh yes, I'm seated with one of them, and is Professor Ruben Agbons FADE, who is the Chief Medical Director of ERA Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. It's nice to have you on Souq Podcast. Welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, so I want to cash in on this opportunity of having you here to talk about many things. First of all, how has it been for you attending a training like this where the theme is strategic insight? How relevant is that at a time like this?
It's a thing of joy for me to be here to join my course mates in this training organized by National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, CRU, in collaboration with Africa Development Studies. It has been, in fact, exciting to me because anything policy and strategy is very important to me, especially in this period that is actually complex and uncertain and ambiguous. So to navigate those complexities, you need such rethinking to move my institution forward.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision making, would you say this is coming handy, like the right time is a step in the right direction? And how would you say this will help you in your own field, to make better decisions?
I love data as a scientist because for you to make science informed, you need data. Coming here today to refresh my knowledge about data-driven leadership is quite exciting to me because without data, you are just in the dark. So I really appreciate the organizers of this conference, this course for top-level managers for introducing this course, and I was able to refresh my knowledge about the first 5 steps in data decision making. To me, I look at it as data-driven leadership. That is the only way to go in a country like ours. Anything that is not based on data is in the dark. So we really need to have a a better foundation, you want to have a better foundation, you need to talk about data, make use of data to enable you to make science-informed decisions. That is my thinking, and I'm happy to be here. And I can tell you that I benefited from the course, and I'm also happy that I was able to participate actively during the period.
Okay, great. So before now, would you say there are key challenges that you would say that these have actually directly addressed? Key challenges. So would you like to highlight some of them?
In a hotel setting like ours, when I took over the chief medical director, I wanted to know what my customer feel about my services. So I need to collect data, to have a business data. But I know the problem exists. What are those problems? If they exist, what are the magnitude of these problems? So I needed to do some survey to collect data, to know areas where most challenges exist, so that I can tackle the problem by developing appropriate strategies. So they exist everywhere. One was the waiting time in clinic. So I wanted to know how long for a doctor-patient before a patient can see a doctor. I did that. I went to my emergency unit. I want to know time to intervention rate. I needed to know the data so that I can develop appropriate strategy to reduce that time to increase my customer satisfaction.
All right, so in doing that, I'm sure you set up a kind of feedback mechanism to get feedback from the customers or consumers, in this case, that happen to be patients, because you work in a hospital. In there was an interaction amongst the your classmates here at the training and the facilitator, and the conversation was about who to get the feedback to or the information to after data is being collected for a particular purpose. So in that case, you ensure that you got the information that could help you in appraising the situation and coming up with policies. Let's take it to a national level in Nigeria, where there are different agencies, different departments, and policies are being made. Let's say the number one citizen, the president of the country, wants to effect change in certain quarters. What should be the way of ensuring that the data, as it is, gets back to the right quarters without any of it being tampered with, so that the right decisions can be taken? Because sometimes there is data collection, but at the point where the data should be used, it doesn't reflect the way it should be, or even the interpretation.
Thank you very much. First of all, we start with data analysis is used. Analyze data without presentation, and each decision are not taken very, very easy. So in my country, like Nigeria, I take the health sector as a case study. We already have a system in place, luckily for us. We have the president, the chairman of the Council, in which I can serve ministers who are members of the Executive Council. I directly report to the minister. What I think, it is my duty to collect data, analyze them, present to the minister into a useful form, which other agencies will also do. We in the position to present the president for proper decision making. That is one way in which, if you are doing an national level. But let me say at the hospital level, what I have done is I have created a department of service improvement, which we have Servicom, we collect data, which analyze every Thursday in the week, once we know what we are doing, then we can take decisions. So we focus on this thing. Like, for example, I know my NHS is not working well. I know the data is not working well. It's from data. I have to just make use of the data, information from the data, and take appropriate decision. Today, I can tell you from the, let me say, second quarter survey, the result I'm seeing is a little better than what I saw in the first quarter. So I can tell data is important. It's also necessary for the right person who will make decisions using data. The person is there, the minister is there, the CEOs are also there.
Okay, so now let's get to your hospital proper, and not just your hospital, but the health sector in Nigeria. Sometime in this year, it was cholera. That was the epidemic that was being dealt with. So far, the health sector have been able to manage the situation. It's not about cholera anymore. Now it's monkeypox. What's going on? What are the issues? What is the situation like with monkeypox outbreak in Nigeria? What can you tell us about it?
monkeypox, I would say this has been reversed, but periodic upsurge does exist. Right now we are having outbreak, and the WHO has actually declared as this is international public health emergency, so it can be declared. But about 3 years ago, there was an outbreak too, which we all work together, and part of the local team who work at NGOs. We were working on it before the disease went down. We were preparing for trial using certain indication for the disease went down. So there was hope for everything went down. Now we are having a muscle again, so that's going to do it. Luckily for me, my hospital is the only tertiary infectious disease hospital in the country. We are a teaching hospital. We have the capacity to diagnose any virus using PCR. We are capable of making 25 pathogens a day. We have all the parameters. We made us go MPOS. As of this point in Nigeria, I want to know that we have 2 new cases of MPOS in the hospital. So, whereas about 2 or 3 weeks ago we don't have any, but right now we have 2 confirmed cases of MPOS. It's the disease that is with us. I don't really know more about it. I've already had the community health department to create awareness so that many people will not be affected by the disease. I'm an institution of gynecology. One of our people will publish is MPOS in pregnancies. It's online, and I was opportunity to develop how people who are pregnant with MPOS, how they deliver to prevent bonded to child transmission. It's well written and it's actually available. We published in major infection disease journal, and with a group of all Nigeria. I think that's one of the first papers in the software. Okay. And we did that. So, ICDC doing its job, we also doing ours to help the country to make sure many Nigerians are not really affected.
Okay. So, somehow everything is experiencing change. Monkeypox, MPOS. When I saw MPOS, which one is MPOS? So, doing a bit of research, I realized that the very first case in Nigeria started was in 1947 by a 4-year-old girl, and somehow the mother also got it from her. That was the first human-to-human, transmission. And I read further, I got to realize that this came from animal or all of that. So if that baby 4-year-old got it and they couldn't trace where that happened from, so can you just tell us specifically the cause? Now let's talk about the transmission, and again, what was the exact cause? Where did it start from? Is it truly from animal, or it's something entirely? I mean, we just want people to have this knowledge so they don't go about with false information or unclear details,
Okay. Initially, what it is very from animal to human. Human to human transmission without different phase of transmission. It does happen like that. It's going to be handling from any animal right now. So contact with infected people, we also their infected products, blood products, body fluid can lead to that. That one is well established. But for having a baby with that, a baby could get it from even fellow babies, that be from mother to baby, that also be from just any other sources, if possible. But if you really want to know where the present outbreak is coming from, the only thing you can do is to do what's called genomic surveillance, to trace it to the root where it's coming
from. You know, say this habit, where is it from? Is it from human to human or from animal to human? Then human to human. Which one occur most? It's going to be from something. You have to do what's called sequencing and trace it to the origin to really confirm. We do it for Lassa Fever every year because I'm a we want to always know where is that coming from.
Coming
is it
from
a new one? Is it from rat to human or human to human? What is the major mode, the source of it? We always want to coming from rat to human. So also if you want to know this, when you sequence to know where this particular outbreak is coming from. Without that, we cannot say much.
Okay. Let's also talk about prevention. You know, yes, it is out there, and especially I think they're looking at it more predominantly in Africa at the moment. You know, like DR Congo. You know, they had this severe cases. So, prevention. What do people need to do back to back to ensure that they are safe?
Well, we have 3 levels of prevention. The first one is becoming awareness. And that we are doing to let the public know that any cause is right and left. This is what we are going to do is and this is human transmissions. Of course, you know that if the dates of the days are affected, the economy will be affected. Our daily life, education, all parts of the economy, we don't want that. So, the first thing we are going to do is to create awareness by using ethnic media, using reflect, also what effort is all about. The other one is what? Is to when people are affected, you treat them in a isolated environment so that they don't have contact with body with people. But to the rest of the treat them properly. That's how we the first thing is to contain it, let's put it and use it to go straight for other people. So I think what we are doing right now is the primary level. Let's create awareness. Okay. Let people know such a thing exists.
All right. Now that people are getting to know it does exist, are there certain areas that in your research, in your study now, or observation, you found that are more prone to this infection? Is it more common in certain areas? And talking about treatment, is a treatment available here? Is it something that, when a person has it, the person can be treated and get well?
Okay, I will talk from experience. I have not really looked at the distribution of the end person in Nigeria as of today. But what I know in my environment, I have to persist to do.
Is this something that is more common in the rural area than in urban centers?
We need to do some analysis for us to know. We need to do some analysis. We want to look at people who are affected. When you put them together, you do the analysis. I will not say they are more common in urban or let us put this and analyze them. We are going back to data where we are coming from. Data will now speak at the end of the day. So, where are these people coming from? We can't make such statement today. I can say maybe the next 1 month we'll make such a statement. But always, the people of low socioeconomic class, they are more likely to have it. That is what I'm seeing right away. But let us wait a little bit so I can do proper analysis, collect proper data so I can make such statements so I will not mislead
the people. All right, what about symptoms? What are those symptoms that one should watch out for? People should watch out for in themselves and in others. You see a person with this and that, you know, I'm to keep away because that person may be coming down with monkeypox.
What I will say, to make it simple, I don't know if I'm concerned with chickenpox.
Yes.
But this one is more than that. And what we know is that it's not common in some areas in the body, like maybe the perineum, the ankle, but it can also be generalized. It can be general, stuff. But the rash is a little bit different from that of chickenpox in a way. When you see anything like have a rash, we call it a rash that are a little bigger than that. that also we also have pains and fever.
Are they like rash that are boil-like?
They are boil-like, so they are unsightly. Do you understand? Suspect any runs at for this period, any runs that are more than unusual, we suspect and go to the general hospital. Doctor will be able to define it better. One of my doctors was able to create an atlas of MPOS presentation. It's available in the net. Dr. Seb Aiwo is a dermatologist. He's also working with the WHO. He's one of those who contributed to create an atlas on what you can see. We also presented the paper on atypical presentation of MPOS. We did that, and that one is published, is available online to know what we saw from that study. It's also there. So maybe another day we can just log in and look at atypical presentation of MPOS. That one by myself and Professor Kubuni. We did that. We try to help our people to realize that MPOS can also present in an unusual way, not always the way you are saying on television or on leaflets.
Okay, so let me ask you. Let's talk about vaccine for monkeypox. You know, when it comes to vaccination from other part of the world, let me say the Western world, it's more like it's a go-to thing. They don't really bother much. But here in this part of the world, when you hear vaccine, people are like, oh no. So what's the position of vaccine at the moment for monkeypox, MPOS, okay, MPOS? How are people reacting, do you think? Because I read a piece of information saying that Nigerians are not really, you know, in for it, you know. So I want you to speak to this.
Like any of that, Nigerians are all, okay, let me say, by saying especially Nigeria, I don't know that. It's like the myth of the matter. I don't know what the years are like that. Nigeria try to go with more with information. Vaccine is actually available, but it's not available for everybody. So that is why they are trying to do it there. To use the smallpox vaccine of 20 days to see whether it will work for MPOS. So that one was already there, but funding was the problem. I think with the new research now, funding will become available for what to do was the MOSA trial. MOSA trial. And they used to use to see whether it will work for MPOS. That one has not really come. But we need to educate our people. You understand? Wrong information go out here very fast before they really need information. Just like COVID, people are not ready to take COVID vaccine. But I believe in more in the community engagement with our people, educate them. Really, hear from their own perspective, so you can now change it and with better one. That's what I think. It's something they are doing. Vaccine centers among Nigerians is quite low. We have government. If you look at the vaccine for human papillomavirus, then the long run prevents beta cancer. Nigeria are not going to take them, even when they are free. It's not their fault. It's misinformation. It's not Nigerian fault. But I know that some people use their money to purchase that vaccine to give to their children. Also, buy a dose for as much as 2,000. But government provided free, but they're ready to take it. It's not still the people's problem. It's government buying without knowing the people's perception about the new vaccine. They need to correct all that before purchase of those vaccine.
All right, so let's look at some policies that should be made against epidemics like this. You know, during the time of Ebola, there were awareness campaigns and there were talk about, people should avoid eating animals from the bush, what we call bushmeat here. And during the COVID-19 era, there were also policies that affect the transportation sector to prevent people from being too close, that physical contact. So in buses, in public transport system where you have 4 passengers per seat, it was brought down to 3 passengers. For social events, more than 50 persons were not allowed to converge within a hall to give that social distancing, that's physical distancing. So in a time like this, are there certain policies that can help the prevention of the spread of monkeypox?
What I would say, I don't think we need such consideration for government, but advice. Right now is for us to keep on job hygiene. We got to be a solution, like hand washing, stay doing what I'm supposed to do to prevent contact with other people, especially those people with lesions, all those personal protective,
personal hygiene
hygiene
practice.
is very, very important. That's what I would say. I don't know what we used to define the market right now, where they are, but I feel that if you take appropriate measures like hand washing, personal hygiene, avoiding contact with people who are infected, we really help. For us who are working in hospital, we take more protective measures, like wearing personal protective gadgets in managing those patients who are infected with herpes. I have to put this in isolation ward. That is a measure. Nursing day in isolation ward is a public health measure, but it's well known to prevent person to person
transmission.
Okay, so perhaps, I don't know if you still have more questions, but I just want to take him back to the class, right? Okay. So,
before the class.
Okay. All right.
All right. Before the class, let's just, can you talk to those who are watching? Because whenever people hear things like this, it sort of brings this fear. People are thinking, oh, I don't know what's happening. There's mpox now. So it means that one has to be careful. You never can tell where you get it from. And you've talked about what your own institution is doing to prevent and even to curtail the spread. What should be the approach nationally? Is what has helped your own hospital? Is it because you have the equipment? Is it because it's an attitude thing and so you're proactive? What exactly is making it easy for area specialist teaching hospital to be able to combat a situation like this, an epidemic like this, as you have been able to combat Lassa fever, COVID-19? What should be the approach for the health sector?
Thank you very much for this important question. Rural Teaching Hospital has been in the forefront to deal with infectious diseases, especially viral. Lassa fever, yellow fever, dengue, even COVID-19. Anything called viral hemorrhagic viruses, we are specialists in that. We have been doing that. But I can tell you one of the major breakthrough for you was the ability to make diagnosis. That's what really helped us. I can tell you as a country. We were able to make diagnosis for viruses using latest technology as far as 2007. So since then, there is no day we don't have a setup for any of those viruses like Lassa, even COVID. We do it almost every day. So that's one of the major strong points for you. From there, we grew to become expert in case management. From there, we developed our public health unit to create awareness. For this purpose, they have already developed their own case definition, public awareness leaflets, education of our staff. We call it the internal community first, before the external community. We start educating them about it. It's what we do every day, so it's actually part of us. I can tell you one of the things that are helping us is the ability to make diagnosis. Doing that is the human resource. We have trained our our scientists all over the world. In US, China, Germany, France, in all the major institutions, we are able to train them. I can tell you right now, there is no day, no member of my laboratory will not be outside the country. we are able to develop that kind of partnership with international institutions over the world. Today, people are moving to Germany today. As I'm here, they are moving to Germany to develop their mobile laboratory. You can move to any area in Nigeria. In February, we Kaduna Reference Hospital to help them to contain Lassa fever by moving our mobile laboratory. So that you can see the engine of IRUA is what? Able to make what?
Diagnosis.
It's not just suspecting. So this is a virus. This is not a virus. This is mpox. This is not mpox. You can make a double mpox. This is mpox. This is not mpox. We can tell you. Once you're able to diagnose, you have no, we call it root cause of the problem. For root cause of the problem, you can't look at, you go to what? How you can overcome such a problem. That's our major strong point, our major, we call it, when you talk about diagnosis, it's IRUA. If you say it is yes, because we have never stopped for how many years? More than what?
So how can this be replicated nationwide? We find that medical tourism is one way in which Nigeria's resources leave the country. People go out to India to find treatment for whatever ailment they may have. So if IRUA is doing this, how can it be replicated so that people can have treatment in Nigeria without having to travel abroad? Diagnosis and treatment.
Nigeria is a blessed country. The only problem we have is our behavior. I believe that if a system can rewire the people's behavior, we can rewire the system. Not people. Because the government tried to replicate molecular diagnostic equipment all over the country. From our survey, which I was mandated to do by my committee, only 40% of those equipment government bought all over the country are really functioning. Okay. How many of them are doing that damage every day? They are not to about 10%. So it's a problem. You don't really blame them. It's has to do with our behavior, our commitment. The country had to develop a way to make people to be consistently committed to doing the right thing. How to do that? How to do with training and other things to retain your staff. Motivation must not be a form of money. I have got to do that. Motivation can be in terms of recognition. People have been fighting for recognition. Eventually, we got it from the outside world before the country recognizes us. What really helps us is that consistent commitment to prevent brother and sister from dying from just a minor from viruses. It can be done actually. I think the country invested a lot in doing that. It's not left for us to keep on doing the right thing. That is what I really think. There's no day I will not have the result of my PCR in my pocket, in my phone, by the end of today. Whether I open it or not, they know they're going to look at it.
What's your PCR?
PCR, polymerase chain reaction.
You know we're not in your field.
Yeah.
And those watching, some of them are not in your field.
Molecular diagnosis.
Okay.
Using PCR is a technology.
Okay.
Thank you.
Retain and shape, Yes. I mean, Blessing mentioned earlier that you see people travel abroad for medical treatments and all of that. So let's also look at having our doctors travel abroad to stay over there to work rather than keeping them here. You understand? So you've mentioned about your strong point. You've talked about your strong point, what you people can do best. So how about the place of the government to ensure that these people are really, ready to stay? To ensure, even when they are not ready to stay. I mean, you've talked about incentive. Did you say incentive now? Motivation now, not necessarily by cash, but there are basic things that I feel maybe government have to do that will encourage these people and keep them. I mean, how about that? And again, you talked about training. Must all of the training be outside? Yesterday we had this conversation, and I was talking about why do we have to always go abroad for training? Why don't we have those people come over to even do the training here? All of this put together, what do you have to say?
Yes, but government is like the father.
So he's the president, and all the other layers of government. But what we need to do for ourselves,
is we think so. Actually, it's a benefit for you to people go outside. It's benefit to us. But the way they go, they are come back home. There are many benefits of that. Fine. If government knows that is a problem, as they are doing right now, why can't you increase the population of people who are only qualified to work here? If they go out, they don't mean it's well. That's why
they are coming back.
They can come back. Even they go back, they can go back. There is always the way to come back. They don't carry their whole family away. They have brother, they have sister, they have father. Their parents is celebrating with them. One day they will also come back to bring technology back home. If they develop through that, they brought technology back home. Oh, let us go home to go and develop our home. There's no way they will not come home.
So let me chip in. Should we get to that point where until they have to go abroad and come back before we appreciate what we have? Why don't we have them, those here, doing something that we will appreciate, rather than waiting for those that have stepped out to come in first before we begin to say, oh, we have the good hands?
It is for government to massive. When they go to Ababa, they are all happy on doing what I'm telling you right now. Yes, sir. If for you to have those regional, what do you call it, a laboratory, for example, develop them. People who are really doing something and they are seeing the result, they will not go anywhere. I can tell you. If they start what you are doing, like for example, if I'm managing a hospital, I'm seeing results. That might be my motivation or results. Support, recognition can be my motivation to stay. Many of our people, they don't feel satisfied because what recognition, important. Of course, finance is another problem. With our economy, the way our economy is behaving, we also encourage people. You understand? But it's a multi-factor that drive that limit retention of what Nigerians. To me, one of the first things to do is to increase the number. Because we have institutions in Nigeria that can actually increase the number of doctors, nurses in Nigeria. Like I was very happy that the way the president announced 5 new medical centers, the College of Nursing in Ekpere, the College of Nursing, we have one in Busan with Bauchi. So we have a hospital with College of Nursing. That means they want to increase the number of nurses actively in the country. By so doing, even if some leave, we still have some remaining. I told you that it's not always disadvantageous for them to do. It's also an opportunity. For example, I can go to UK and meet the Nigerian doctors. They will get to training. They will give me the secret of the technology. It's also an opportunity. I don't. To actually stop them, it will be very difficult, I can tell you. The best thing to do right now is to increase the number of personnel, which Nigerians are capable of doing.
All right, so as we wrap up, coming back to the training, so now that the conversation is about strategic thinking, strategic insights and planning, what are you expecting to see happen in the nation's public organizations and even the private sector at the end of this, since it's top-level managers that have gathered here and are going to be trained? What kind of new developments, what kind of happenings are you expecting to come out as a result of this?
I expect a positive change in my organization because as a company manager, I believe in strategic leadership. That when you not only develop strategy, you also develop implementations of your strategy, not just be a leader. You must implement your strategy in a way that develops appropriate implementation strategy. Because implementation strategy, you have strategy, you also have implementation strategy on how to do that. That is the way you actually move forward. When you think that way, your mission is big and your vision is sharp. That is so I am here to sharpen my vision and to be my vision. So I want to do something like that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Ruben Agbonsu. He is the Chief Medical Director Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, Edo State, and he is a participant here at the NIPS ADSC training for top-level managers on strategic insight. NIPS, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, in collaboration with African Development Studies Center. And this training continues. So podcast is here bringing you highlights of the event and also bringing to you some of the participants. We'll still have to bring to you some of the facilitators. We do not fail on our promise. Eventually, you get to meet them. Stay. Good to know that you're still with us on Souq Podcast today, and we're bringing to you the highlights of the ongoing NIPS and ADSC training for top-level managers. In case you're wondering again, what is NIPS? I'll tell you. So it is the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. They've come together with African Development Studies Center, ADSC, to organize a training for upskilling for top-level managers in the public and private sector. If you've been following the show today so far, we've been talking with, we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director of Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, but away from the healthcare sector, because those who are represented in this training are not just those from the healthcare sector. We also have someone from the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. She is Latifat Salau Esquire. I like to add that, even though she says, I'm just Latifat Salau, she's a legal practitioner and she works for Legal Aid Council of Nigeria. Good to have you on the podcast.
Thank you very much for having me on this program.
So in this training, we see that there are many of you from different sectors, different areas. Yes, I just mentioned that earlier we had a conversation with the Chief Medical Director from the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, and you are from the Legal Aid Council. Now, if we are to look at how to position Nigeria, because in the course of the training session today, there was a case study on how to position Nigeria in the Committee of Nations in spite of the challenges that the country faces. And the theme for this training so far has been strategic insight. What kind of strategic insight and planning would Nigeria need to position the country rightly? You were a team lead for your group.
We have a positive mind change. We need to reorientate ourselves to know that if we don't change what is in us, we'll never get a change. We all need to work hand in hand, everybody, both the led and the leaders, to make sure that we get positive vibes out for Nigeria. When we have that change of heart about doing only the positive things, let us project Nigeria in a very positive light. Enough of all the negativities. We need to be positive and project Nigeria in a positive light to be able to get other people to take us seriously. If we want Nigeria to move forward, then we have to take Nigeria in a positive light to the whole world out there. Otherwise, nobody will take us seriously.
Okay, so obviously there will be one challenge or the other which you experience from your sector, and they say that somehow people, we are the problem of ourselves. So how do you deal with difficult people when it comes to delivering your job? How do you handle difficult people?
When you come across a difficult person in the line of the job, you try to look at where they're coming from. What is exactly the problem that is making them difficult? It could be family, it could be individual, it could just be that mindset that I earlier talked about. So when we get the person to see the reason we need to make Nigeria work, the person will have to drop that difficulty and work along with everybody in the organization.
Okay, so talking about data-driven decision making, I think I'm still going to talk about challenges. So do you find it very easy getting the right data to take some specific decision?
Yes, in my organization we have a unit that deals with data. There are qualified statisticians who are employed in that unit to do the work. Although it's a bit difficult at times, but at the end of the day, because the Legal Aid Council have representation in all the 36 states of the country, so to get people to send in their information in good time is a bit of a challenge, but at the end of the day, we always get the correct data from the states.
Talking more now about the Legal Aid Council, justice is something that every human being seeks. At some point in time, people may need to have justice for themselves, whether it's about a wrong that's been done them. But you know that legal services is expensive, and I'm sure that's why the Legal Aid Council exists. But looking at the number or the number of lawyers that Nigeria has to the population, what can be done to ensure that every Nigerian has that sense of belonging, regardless of their status, when there is a need for justice, when there is need for someone to advocate for them?
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.